Good evening. My name's Councillor Helen Green. I'd like to welcome members of the public, colleagues and officers to this meeting. I'm chairing tonight's meeting, and to manage business as efficiently as possible, I shall invite people to speak one at a time to ensure their contributions are properly heard. And therefore, please don't speak unless invited to do so by me. Thank you. The fire evacuation procedure. On hearing the fire alarm, please leave the building immediately using the nearest available exit. Do not under any circumstances use the lift. The assembly point is in the area in the Civic Office car park next to the roundabout, and you should not attempt to re-enter the building until it is known to be safe. Please ensure your mobile phones are switched off or on silent. Thank you. Members of the committee, visiting members and members of the public, please be aware our planning committee meetings are always webcast live, and so any contribution you make will be broadcast. Please remember to use your microphone when speaking and to turn it off when you've finished. This is very important for webcast because the camera will then move to the next speaker. You need only press the black button once each time to turn it on or off. Thank you. So item 1 is membership. Councillor Shenton is substituting for Councillor Richards, and Councillor Kaza is substituting for Councillor Gray. Thank you. Item 2, communication and apologies. Members, we record our vote, and so each member representing the ward the application is in go after general members, and I vote last, and I exercise a casting vote if it's required. Visiting members and community advocates, I thank you for being present, and please make sure you alert us when you are leaving and re-entering, as a minute is made in the minutes. Officers of table papers detailing information and late letters of representation have been received in relation to the applications that are considered tonight. Copies have been circulated to members and made available to members of the public. Do any committee members have a copy? No? Okay. Noted. Thank you. And I have apologies from Councillor Hanley, Richards and Gray. Item 3 are declarations of interest. Do members have interests to declare in connection with this evening's agenda? Yep. Okay. Item 4 are the minutes. The minutes held on the 19th of March and the 23rd of April are included in the agenda. Can these minutes be confirmed as a true record? Thank you. So, as papers, sorry, Councillor Sussman, yes.
Hi, sorry, can I just, on the subs for tonight, so Councillor Shenton and Councillor Kaza, can I just please have confirmation that they've both had their own planning technical meetings? Because they weren't at the one we had. Thank you.
That's correct. I'm going to ask in a minute if they feel that they have everything they need to know.
I was at the planning technical meeting.
Yes, you were, sir. Yes, I'm going to ask Councillor Kaza in a moment. As the papers for this meeting are published and provided to the committee 5 working days in advance, and members have had a technical meeting, I will proceed on the basis that members are well informed about the applications before us, having received and read the papers. Councillor Kaza, as you were not at planning technical, do you feel that you have sufficient knowledge and insight into the applications we will see and hear tonight in order to make a decision?
Sorry, who were you addressing that to?
Councillor Kaza.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you very much. For each application, it's custom and practice at Hertsmere for one member of the public to be permitted to speak against an application and one member of the public to speak in support of it. Where there are two speakers for an application, the person wishing to speak against speaks first. Councillors who are not members of the committee may also speak in their role as a community advocate on behalf of residents if they've registered to. And I have Councillor Ponder, Councillor Cohen and Councillor Sullivan. Welcome. May I remind members that any request for an amendment, deferral or refusal must make it clear the material planning consideration. So we will move on to 5A, which is 25/1815/FUL land west of Robinson Crescent and south of Merry Hill. And I invite Holly to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, this is an application at land west of Robinson Crescent and south of Merry Hill Road. The description of the development is for the erection of residential units under Class C3, access alterations, new landscaping, car parking, cycle storage and other associated works. Here is a location plan of the site. The proposed access would be located on the corner of Merry Hill Road to the south. There is also a public right-of-way, Whomsoever Lane, which runs along the side of the site, connecting Prowse Avenue and Robinson Crescent to Merry Hill Road, sorry. Hillmead Nature Park is located to the west, and Hertsmere Golf Club is located to the west, sorry. The blue line shows that the development fall within two wards, with Bushy Park to the west and Bushy Heath to the east. The Grade 2 listed building adjacent to the access is circled in orange. There are no tree preservation orders in the site itself, but there are large TPOs covering the golf course and Hillmead Nature Park. And there is a public right-of-way running to the side of the site. This is where the proposed access would be from Merry Hill Road. This is a view from the entrance of Hillmead Nature Park and the approximate location of the access. The veteran tree would be retained, this one on the right. The shrubs to the left of the veteran tree would be removed, and the trees next to the current access gate would be retained. However, the canopies would need to be lifted approximately 3 to 3.5 meters above hard standing and ancillary structures. This is taken from the pathway leading from Robinson Crescent towards Whomsoever Lane. This is a corner along Merry Hill Road, just showing the Grade 2 listed building. This is the location of the access from Whomsoever Lane. This is a view of the corner on Merry Hill Road, just from both sides. It is extremely difficult to go around this bend quickly, and there is a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit restriction already in place. This is a view of the site from the southern side across to the golf course. This is another site photo of the site looking north. This is a view of the existing pylon and the north of the site again. This is another view looking towards the golf course. This is a view from within Hillmead Nature Park towards the pylon. This is the electric substation on the left, and the public right-of-way looking south with the substation on the right. This is a view from Whomsoever Lane towards Merry Hill Road to the south. And just for context of the surrounding built form, the top left shows dwellings on Wren Crescent, and the bottom left shows the rear elevations of Wren Crescent from Whomsoever Lane. The top right shows properties along Robinson Crescent, and the bottom right, shows properties along Merry Hill Road. This is an aerial view of the site. This is a proposed site plan. It just shows where the access would be and the proposed public open space. These are some long sections which show the units 7 to 26. The existing is on the top and the proposed is on the bottom. This is a long section looking west. And this is a cross section of the site which looks north towards Maryhill Road. These are the proposed house types under type A, which would be a 2-bed dwelling which would have 2 stories. This is house type B, which would have 3 bedrooms and would be 2.5 stories. This is type C, which would be a 4-bed and 2.5 stories. This is house type D, which would be a 3-bed and also 2.5 stories. This is house type E, which is a 4-bed and is also 2.5 stories. Having regard to paragraph 11DI, the areas or assets of particular importance for the site is the greenbelt, heritage assets and flood risk. The principle of development must determine whether the proposals are inappropriate in the greenbelt, whether any heritage harm arises that is not outweighed, and whether there would be an unacceptable risk on flooding that would warrant refusal. Per paragraph 155 of the NPPF, the development of homes, commercial and other development in the greenbelt should also not be regarded as inappropriate where all of the following apply. A, the development would utilise greenbelt land and would not fundamentally undermine the purposes taken together of the remaining greenbelt across the area of the plan. B, there is a demonstrable unmet need for this type of development. C, the development would be in a sustainable location with particular reference to paragraphs 110 and 115 of this framework. And where applicable, development proposal should meet the golden rules requirements set out in paragraphs 156 to 157. So the NPPF glossary states, for the purposes of plan making and decision making, grey belt is defined as land in the green belt comprising of previous developed land and or any other land that is, in either case, does not strongly contribute to any of the purposes A, B or D in paragraph 143. Grey belt excludes land where the application of the policies relating to the areas or assets in footnote 7, other than green belt, would provide a strong reason for refusing or restricting development. This is the Council's green belt assessment on this particular site in terms of whether it can be considered grey belt. So it is considered purpose A to have no contribution, purpose B to have a weak contribution, and purpose D to have no contribution. This is a material consideration. With regards to purpose A, as I said before, Hertsmere's Greenbelt assessment states the site makes no contribution to purpose A. Hertsmere Golf Club is located on the western boundary of the site and acts as a permanent and defensible boundary. Officers consider that the development would read as an edge of settlement development, rounding off due to the scheme infilling an area of land which is bounded by an existing residential development. As such, a development would not result in an incongruous finger extending into the greenbelt. Again, having regard to the greenbelt assessment, it is considered the scheme would make a weak contribution to purpose B. The proposal would form a very small gap between Bushy and Watford and Bushy and South Oxley. As such, it is not considered that the development would form part of a gap between towns. A detailed landscape visual impact assessment was also submitted, which shows that no long-distance views are visible towards the site from the wider landscape due to the existing mature vegetation. The views of the site are therefore considered to be enclosed and localised. The presence of the golf course and existing tree belts also preserve the visual separation between the two settlements. Therefore, officers consider that the proposal would make a weak contribution to Purpose B. With regards to Purpose D, the site is considered to make no contribution, as the site is not located in or adjacent to a historic town. Just having regard to footnote 7, so the site is not a habitat site. The site is not in an SSI. Greenbelt is excluded for grey belt assessment purposes. The site is not a local green space, nor would it affect one. The site is not located within a national landscape. The site is not within a national park, Broads Authority or Heritage Coast. The site is not an irreplaceable habitat, and the site is within a setting of a designated heritage asset, my home, but no harm was identified, and the site is at low to medium risk of surface water flooding, but the LLFA have confirmed no objection. So does the development fundamentally undermine the purposes of the remaining greenbelt across the area of the plan? The appearance of the greenbelt would be localised. Longer views are not possible due to the typology of the site and existing vegetation. Officers are in agreement that the proposal would have a moderate impact on the openness of the greenbelt. When taking the greenbelt as a whole, there would be no conflict with four of the 5 purposes, and the effect on Purpose C is considered to be contained. Therefore, the remaining greenbelt would continue to perform its strategic function in the site. In terms of a demonstrable unmet need, the council has a 5-year housing land supply of 0.98 years, which is one of the worst in the country, and therefore there is a demonstrable unmet need. The site is, in terms of it being a sustainable location, the site is within walking distance to amenities along the high road. It is also a short walking distance to the nearest bus stops and an 8-minute cycle to the station. Highway improvements are also proposed to ensure future residents have safe access to the nearest amenities and bus stops. With regards to the golden rules, the development is also required to meet the golden rules. So the scheme would need to provide affordable housing, make necessary improvements to local or national infrastructure, and make the provision of new green spaces which are accessible to the public. The scheme would meet the golden rules. To conclude, the site meets the definition of greenbelt. The scheme fully complies with the NPPF 156 and the golden rules. Per paragraph 155 of the NPPF, the development is not inappropriate. In terms of landscaping, Place Services Landscape were not opposed to the residential development of the site. They were broadly satisfied with the findings in the LVIA and expect the proposal to respond proactively and sensitively with the conclusions, which identify moderate effects, particularly from Whomsoever Lane. However, concerns were raised with regards to the home zone area, particularly the centre of the site, where the site is more dominated by cars than soft landscaping. As such, moderate harm to impact on landscape was identified. In terms of heritage harm, no harm was identified by Place Services Heritage to the setting of my home. In terms of the site character and context, the site is an elongated grassland parcel enclosed by established trees and hedgerows, giving it a semi-rural green character. Hillmead Nature Park lies immediately to the east, and the Hertsmere Golf Course sits to the north, forming strong landscape edges. A pylon and substation exists at the northern boundary, with the power lines running east to west across the wider landscape. Whomsoever Lane is a verdant enclosed route with the mature vegetation on both sides. It connects Maryhill Road to Prowse Avenue and Robertson Crescent with an access point leading into Hillmead Nature Park. The site slopes significantly, approximately 15 metres from north to south and 5 metres from east to west. The development responds to this by following the natural landform. Surrounding housing is suburban, varied in plot size, varied in plot sizes and form, with 2 to 2.5 stories and single-story dwellings. Materials include brick, render, and tiles, creating a mixed architectural context. In terms of its layout, form, and appearance, primary vehicular access is from Whomsoever Lane via Merry Hill Road, which will be widened and enhanced. Some vegetation is removed, but mature trees near the substation are retained. A new native hedgerow forms a soft boundary to the bridleway. Homes are arranged mainly in the northern and central parts of the site, using shared surface streets to create a pedestrian-friendly environment. Dwellings face streets, while rear gardens maximise views over the golf course and landscaped areas, avoiding back-to-back layouts and integrating with nearby developments such as Wren Crescent. Eastern dwellings are set back from Whomsoever Lane to reduce visual impact. Garden studios and high-quality boundary treatment provide passive surveillance and soften the edge. A central landscape home zone acts as a focal point, prioritising people over vehicles. The southern and eastern parts of the site remain as open space, with tree retention, pedestrian routes, and SUDS features, including ponds and basin. A continuous landscape buffer along Whomsoever Lane limits the visual spread. A 9-metre buffer from the pylon ensures separation, with new hedgerows trees softening the views. Buildings would be 2 to 2.5 stories, consistent with the local scale. Semi-detached pairs create a domestic grain without uniform repetition. Architecture draws from arts and craft principles, articulated roof lines, decorative chimneys, gables, dormers, and strong roof-led silhouettes. Materials include warm brickwork, timber doors, and subtle metalwork, creating a cohesive streetscape. Permitted development rights under Class A are also removed to protect the design quality. This is an existing and proposed view towards the site from Hillmead Nature Park. The proposed view from Hillmead Nature Park is the bottom view. And this is another view. This is another visualization from Hillmead Nature Park, slightly closer. In terms of residential amenity for existing neighbours, all key distances would exceed 28 metres. Mature vegetation would also be retained for screening. In terms of light and overshadowing, the lower site levels would ensure that overshadowing is prevented. And in terms of noise, the dwellings would meet enhanced noise targets, and there would be no adverse impacts on existing homes. In terms of residential amenity for future occupiers, all dwellings would comply with or exceed the nationally described space standards, ensuring good internal living conditions. Private garden requirements require 60 square metres for a 3-bedroom unit and 80 square metres for a 4-bedroom unit. Units 11 and 28 have 47 to 50 square metres, which is below the 60 square metre requirement. This is considered moderate harm, but is mitigated by the presence of public open space within walking distance. Overlooking between new dwellings has also been carefully managed. There would be appropriate separation distance throughout, and the side-facing first floor windows to non-habitable rooms are obscure glazed and non-opening, which is also secured by a condition. Overall, the scheme provides a good standard of amenity for future residents. In terms of affordable housing, the scheme provides 50%, which is 14 units, significantly exceeding the policy and aligning with the council and aligning with golden rules. The tenure mix has been agreed with the housing team to reflect the local need. I've just put a table there to show. So there would be 4 shared ownership units, 5 social rent units, 1 affordable rent unit. The scheme would be tenure blind. Affordable homes are indistinguishable from market homes in terms of materials design and finish. And as I said, the units are spread across the site. The affordable housing provision would also be secured in a Section 106 agreement. Moving on to access, the site is accessed from Merry Hill Road using the existing drop curb and the privately owned section of Whomsoever Lane. Although the current lane is not built to full vehicular standards, it is already used informally by vehicles. HCC Highways have raised no objection, subject to an access condition requiring construction in accordance with the approved drawings. A raised table pedestrian crossing is proposed at the junction to improve pedestrian safety and slow vehicle speeds. Visibility displays of 43 metres in both directions meet HCC guidance for a 30-mile-an-hour road. The access route provides a 4.8 metre wide carriageway, widening to 5.5 metre further into the site. There would also be 2 pinch points which would act as traffic calming measures, with priority given to vehicles entering the site. Additional raised tables ensure speeds remain below 20 miles an hour and maintain pedestrian permeability across the site. A 3.2 metre shared footway, cycleway and equestrian route would run alongside the carriageway, which has been agreed by the public right-of-way team. Internal visibility displays have been designed for 50 mile an hour or also acceptable. A swept path analysis confirms access for refuse vehicles and fire appliances with turning space and forward gear egress. I'll show you these in the later slides. So this is a proposed access and a location of the whips and the pinch points. And then these are the visibility displays. So you have it from the access and then from inside the site. And then here's a swept path. As you can see, the pinch points, which would be for traffic calming. There would also be giveaway markings. And these are the swept paths to show fire tenders, refuse vehicles, and vehicles passing each other. In terms of highway safety, HCC Highways confirms TRIX modelling is robust. There would be 15 two-way AM peak trips and 14 two-way PM peak trips, so 129 daily trips in total. These levels do not result in a material impact on the strategic road network. A Section 278 agreement will be secured, which will include a new Bellmouth junction, raised table pedestrian crossing, drop curbs and tactile paving, a continuous pedestrian route to the nearest bus stop, a Stage 1 road safety audit and designer's response. Raised tables would also act as traffic calming features, improving safety for pedestrians using Whomsoever Lane and connecting paths. Concerns about school hour congestion are acknowledged. While the development itself does not materially increase peak hour traffic, construction vehicles could, so a construction management plan is required to avoid conflict with the school drop-off and pick-up times. In terms of the public right-of-way, concerns were raised by neighbours about the impact of the public right-of-way. HCC Highways and HCC Public Right-of-Way team have confirmed no objections to the proposed arrangement. The legal width of the bridle would remain unchanged. Walkers, cyclists and horse riders retain full rights to the use of the entire width of the route, including the carriageway if they choose. The scheme introduced a dedicated 3.2 metre wide off-carriage route on the eastern side of the access road, providing a shared footway cycleway, a grass margin also specifically for horse riders. This represents an improvement over the existing informal arrangement, offering a safer and more structured route for all users. It is acknowledged that the proposal will change the character of the route, but it is common for public right-of-ways to run alongside private access roads. Maintenance of the new surface and associated features will be with the responsibility of the landowner and secured through a landscape management plan condition. In terms of parking and cycle provision, each dwelling provides 2 on-plot parking spaces meeting the SPD requirement. 4 visitor spaces are also provided. The SPD allows up to 0.2 visitor spaces per unit for major schemes, so there would be a shortfall of 1.6. However, this is considered minor and is not considered to be material, especially as visitor demand peaks are outside school traffic hours. In terms of cycle parking, this would also be policy compliant. 1 cycle space would be provided per bedroom. A condition also secures details of cycle stores to ensure that they are secure and weather protected. EV charging is also proposed for 1 per dwelling. In terms of public open space, this scheme is below 50 units, so the requirement arises instead from the golden rules, which require new or improved public open spaces that are good quality, publicly accessible, and within a short walk of homes. The proposed public open space is located at the southern end of the site, forming part of the landscape-led approach. It includes surface pedestrian paths accessible from both the development and whomsoever lane, ensuring permeability for residents and the wider public. A large-size basin is incorporated into the open space, and it will be soft landscaped, contributing to the biodiversity, visual amenity, and sustainable drainage. The open space would be maintained through a management company, and the space will remain fully open to the public. The landscaping in schemes includes natural and amenity grasses, shrubs and hedgerows, and a variety of trees. These elements create a high quality, greenbelt appropriate landscape character. The open space is also within walking distance of all new dwellings and nearby existing residents. Pedestrian access links directly to the existing public bridleway, strengthening its connectivity. In terms of trees, members queried on the number of trees which would be removed, so a minimum of 25 trees would be removed. On arboricultural grounds, 4 would be removed in total. T10, which is this tree by the access, is proposed to be retained due to its habitat benefits, and it will only be removed when it becomes unsafe. To facilitate the development itself, 12 individual trees will be removed, and at least 9 trees within groups will be removed. No Category A trees would be removed. 4 Category B trees would be removed. And the rest would be Category C or U. The submitted landscape framework demonstrates that the replacement tree planting is proposed throughout the site, including within public open spaces, along the boundaries and within the street scene, and as part of the suds and meadow areas. Details of final planting schemes, including the size, species, and long-term management of replacement trees, will be secured by conditions. In terms of ecology and BNG, so there's no statutory ecological designations on the site, though Hillmead Nature Park lies adjacent. HBC Ecology have reviewed the ecological assessments and BNG metric. In terms of bats, there was 1 tree, which is that veteran tree, which has moderate bat roosting potential, but is proposed to be retained, so no further surveys were required. Conditions will also secure sensitive lighting and species enhancement plan for bird boxes, bat boxes, reptiles, deadwood features, and hedgehog highways. In terms of biodiversity net gain, HCC Ecology are satisfied that the scheme would deliver 10% BNG. For flood risk and drainage, the Environment Agency mapping confirms the site lies entirely within flood zone 1, meaning it has the lowest probability of fluvial flooding. There are small pockets of low-medium surface water flood risk to the south and a small low-risk area to the northwest corner. These risks are manageable and addressed through the drainage strategy. The LLFA removed their objection and recommended conditions. In terms of other considerations for air quality and land contamination, no objections were raised by environmental health. For climate change and sustainability, solar panels were proposed and air source heat pumps. However, further details are required and secured by a condition. In terms of bin storage, the bin storage would be compliant for all homes and the refuse vehicle can access and turn around safely. In terms of Section 106 contributions, so there would be for affordable housing provision, transfer and management, implementation and monitoring of BNG, off-site highway improvements, carbon offset fund contribution, provision and maintenance of on-site public space, and HCC growth and infrastructure also require contributions for special educational needs and disabilities contribution of £54,000, waste service transfer contribution of £3,700 and HCC monitoring fees of £420. Having regard to the planning balance, officers could consider the adverse impacts would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Accordingly, planning permission should be granted per paragraph 11 of the NPPF. And here's just some more CGIs.
Thank you very much. So we have speakers. Can I now please call Mr. Matthew Dockelman?
Good evening.
Thank you, sir. You will have 3 minutes to speak. We ting our bell when you have 30 seconds to go. And please press your microphone. Thank you very much.
Good evening. This recommendation is wholly dependent on a grey belt classification and an appropriate road plan. We engaged an independent planning consultant to review the application. His analysis supports the following concerns. 1, the grey belt criterion A is not met. C and D are weak. All criteria must be met for grey belt to be classified. 2, the road plan is unfit for purpose. 3, there are significant errors in the proposal and missing approvals. Here's a picture taken at 8 AM on Sunday. The single entrance and exit to Whomsoever Lane is on a blind bend with a pinch point. The centre of the entrance is marked by a cone on a raised curb. Who wants to turn right? Traffic was not measured at peak times. We have 3 schools within 500 metres of this entrance. Whomsoever Lane is a peaceful rural bridleway on Greenbelt. Note, ownership doesn't stretch all the way to Merry Hill Road. It falls short by at least 5 metres. The proposed development site, as seen from Hillmead Nature Reserve, it is Greenbelt, never been developed on in good ecological condition. Let's look at the grey belt and criterion A in more detail. Red shows the building site. We've taken a generous nominal building line in blue between 179 Merry Hill Road and 49A Prowse Avenue. The building footprint extends well beyond the logical rounding off line. Criteria A fails immediately on this line. It cannot be grey belt. The golf course itself is grey belt. You cannot use one piece of green belt to justify developing on another. Furthermore, this development further isolates Hillmead Nature Reserve in blue from the wider countryside. It becomes an island. This grey belt classification is wholly unsound. Let's consider criterion C. The application suggests the railway is an 8-minute walk, not bike ride, 8-minute walk and run by Thameslink. I wish it was run by Thameslink. How can the sustainable location test be met if all these facts are wrong? Whomsoever Lane today is a safe, car-free bridle way used by school children to walk to one of 3 local schools. The proposal converts it into a road for 28 homes. That is a public loss, not a public benefit. Notwithstanding these points, how much confidence can we have in the report? Biodiversity net gain is unachievable on land that is in good ecological condition. That surveys required by condition 5 were incomplete at the time of writing, and the council's own landscape advisors raised concerns twice, not satisfied. So in conclusion, it isn't grey belt. Criteria A wasn't met, C and D were weak at best. The road plan is unfit for purpose. There are significant errors and missing approvals.
Thank you, sir. Have you finished?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I apologise. You were supposed to be given 30 seconds warning. Thank you very much. Can I now call Mr. Richard Henley to speak? Thank you, sir. You will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, members, good evening. I'm Richard Henley, a Chartered Town Planner and the planning agent on behalf of the applicant Acre. As members are well aware from officers' presentations and recent appeal decisions, including Shenley Hill in Radlett, Hertsmere, has a chronic shortfall in housing delivery and just short of 1 year in supply. This is, as you've heard, one of the worst in the country and without an adopted local plan or plan-led solution to meet the need for several years. The proposed scheme for 28 houses comprising 50% private and 50% affordable tenure will seek to address this need in a sustainable location to public transport and local facilities. Importantly, 34 residents wrote in support to express how this development would directly help them or their family members to find an affordable home and live in the borough. The site has been assessed by officers and leading counsel from Landmark Chambers as being unequivocally grey belt. The development proposals complying with NPPF grey belt criteria set out in paragraph 155 and meeting the golden rules. In the absence of any strong heritage, drainage or highways reason, the tilted balance is engaged and planning permission should be granted. Positively, this detailed planning application has been supported by your urban design officers and sustainability officers as achieving a high architectural quality, reflecting the arts and craft vernacular of the nearby listed My Home property, designed by Voicey, and homes with a 73% carbon reduction. Place Services Heritage also support the application, concluding the scheme does not detract from the listed building or harm its significance. Herts Highways and the Public Rights of Way officers also support the proposed improvements to Whomsoever Lane. The privately owned road will be widened to 4.8 metres, designed to adoptable standards for two-way passing vehicle traffic, traffic calming measures and landscape verges maintained by the development company. This will create a safer, naturally surveyed and wider, more open route for pedestrians and horse riders as a bridleway to access Hillmead Nature Park. The scheme will provide over 2.5 acres of newly publicly accessible open green space with new footways and links connecting to Hillmead Nature Park. This is also part of the 10% biodiversity net gain secured by Section 106 agreement. It is a cross-party objective for this council to ensure everyone has a right to a decent, affordable and safe place to live and to address the acute, persistent and extremely serious housing deficit in Hertsmere. This proposed scheme for 14 market and 14 affordable homes will make an important contribution to achieving this objective on a grey belt site. We therefore ask you to uphold your officer's recommendation and grant planning permission on this infill site, which will round off a missing gap in Bush's settlement boundary in a sustainable and landscape location with a £600,000 in SIL contributions to local infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I please now call Councillor Ponder as the community advocate?
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening
Thank you.
regarding
You
the
have 5
application.
minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted. I appreciate the need for housing, including affordable housing. However, this committee has not been asked to decide whether housing is needed in general. You've been asked whether this particular development on this particular site is acceptable in planning terms. First and foremost, this is greenbelt land. The officer recommendation relies heavily on a new and highly contentious concept of grey belt, but the fact remains that this site is open, undeveloped green belt which performs an important role in preserving a rural edge of Bushy and preventing a steady erosion of countryside by suburban sprawl. The site makes a strong contribution to Greenbelt Purpose A. It is not grey belt. Allowing its development means allowing unrestricted urban sprawl beyond the existing built contours, with no features to contain it. This is no ordinary patch of wasteland. This is an ancient historic green space of huge value to our heritage and landscape. Second, the landscape impact has not been properly resolved. The Council's own landscape consultants repeatedly expressed concerns that the scheme does not achieve the promised landscape-led approach. They specifically criticised the dominance of vehicles within the so-called home zone, unresolved concerns about tree protection, the treatment of the veteran tree, and the overall response to Whomsoever Lane. This is important because Whomsoever Lane is not an ordinary road. It is a verdant bridleway and valued public route used by walkers, cyclists, horse riders and families accessing Hillmead Nature Park. The proposal would fundamentally urbanise that semi-rural route. The development would close off Hillmead Nature Park from the wider green space it's meant to be part of, as a sanctuary for wildlife. Instead, it would be surrounded by concrete on all sides and marooned. The report itself accepts that the development would change the character of the lane. What is currently a quiet green corridor will become the main vehicle access to a 28-home estate. Third, there are serious highways and safety concerns. Residents know the reality of Merry Hill Road and the surrounding area during school drop-off and pick-up times. Congestion is already severe, yet many residents believe the transport assessment does not reflect real-world conditions. The proposal introduced additional vehicle movements onto a constrained access on a bend, while also affecting pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders and school children using the bridleway and nearby footpaths. The Highways Assessment said that the scheme would be okay, but this is simply not credible. Officers don't always get it right. The heads of both local primary schools are rejected because the notorious Merry Hill school traffic is particularly horrendous at the bend, a sharp and dangerous bend where developers would turn a rural footpath into the access road. On every level, safety, morality, common sense, this is just wrong. Fourth, the proposal represents overdevelopment of a sensitive edge of settlement location. The report acknowledges moderate landscape harm and also accepts that parts of the scheme fail amenity standards, including substandard private gardens for some homes. The development wouldn't replace open grassland and countryside character and hard surfacing, roads, parking areas and dense built form. Residents have consistently objected that the scheme would suburbanise the area and erode the distinctive character of Merry Hill Road. Finally, I ask members to remember the scale of public opposition. The report records 239 objections from local residents. This level of opposition reflects genuine concern about the irreversible loss of greenbelt land and long-term impact on the character of this area. Councillors, plan decisions are not simply about housing numbers. They're about protecting the character, environment and long-term sustainability of our communities. This proposal would urbanise open greenbelt land, harm the landscape character of Whomsoever Lane, increase pressure on local roads and infrastructure, and set a precedent for further erosion of countryside around Bushy. Let's be honest, it's a stupid place to put homes. The 28 homes are a tiny drop in the ocean of the local plan. There is no benefit anyone except the landowner. For everyone else, it will cause chaos and destroy a valuable area. For those reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Officers, do you have anything you wish to ask?
No.
Answer? No, thank you. Members, yes, I have Councillor Morris. Lots of people.
Who do you want first?
Councillor Morris, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. So I was a bit confused there. First of all, I think we ought to thank the residents for coming along to take part in this process and to see the transparency. At the technical meeting that was a week ago today, I raised what I saw as a very important issue, and that is that the applicant had supplied as part of their submission a very robust council's opinion on their recommendation, which indeed did support the officer's recommendation. At that meeting, I requested that the council obtain its own council's report on the basis that asking an applicant to mark his own homework probably isn't the best thing to be doing. And I made that request and was given asked to explain as to why I required it, which I did, and I was led to believe that we would be provided with that council's opinion. I haven't received, and it may well be sitting on the files now, but I haven't seen anything. So my question will fall into two parts. First of all, why has this not been provided to us? And if it has, why haven't I seen it? That is my opening comment, and I'd like to supplement it after the answer. Thank you.
Well, I'm not aware that you wanted advice in relation to this, but it is my view now that we've spent significant amounts of public money on validating greenbelt assessments made by our officers when we first started looking at grey belt assessments by officers when we first started looking at the grey belt. We've also provided training to members on the grey belt delivered by council. Our officers' assessments on the grey belt, every time we've asked council to look at it, have been validated. Council makes the important point that what I validate is the approach that the officers have taken, which he has always been content with. But at the end of the day, it's a professional planning judgment. It's a policy matter on grey belt. And we're now at the position, frankly, where we are confident that our officers are able to accept grey belt assessments. And you as members have the privilege of challenging them. But what we are not going to do is spend public money on grey belt advice on every grey belt application that comes before the committee.
Can I
Yes.
proceed with that?
Please
Thank
do.
you.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm afraid I don't consider that as a satisfactory answer. This is a major development in a very sensitive area. And when the applicant has supplied a very robust defence of their application, for us not to at least provide this committee with sufficient information to make an informed decision, and I'm not making a judgment at this stage on the application itself, I don't think is acceptable. So on that basis, I'm proposing a motion of deferment of this application until we're provided with the information that was requested and it was agreed that we would be provided with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Yeah, obviously I was at PTM. My recollection is slightly different to yours. Yes, you did raise that matter. I do recall. I did say we'd take it away and discuss it, which is what I did. And we discussed it with senior management colleagues, and it was, as Harvey Patterson has just answered, the view was taken it was not necessary. Now, what I would say is, yes, we did receive the appellant's counsel advice. However, that's not what has persuaded us to make the recommendation that we have. It's been professional judgment with our understanding of Greenbelt policy and the MPPF, and that's what has led us to this recommendation, not just because we've received a council opinion from the applicant on this particular matter.
I still stand by what I said at the time. I asked a question, I was given an answer, and I have, up until this moment, have received no further information as to why that has not been complied with. So my recommendation to defer remains.
Thank you very much. One moment, sorry. Does somebody wish to second? Councillor Amber? Okay.
Yep.
We are voting then
Well,
to
Madam
defer.
Chair,
Can
discussion not continue even though it's been proposed and seconded? I think it can, and then we'll come back to the vote shortly. We've established this.
Yeah. Okay. But we have had somebody proposed to defer it and someone to second it, and I would need a material planning reason why we want to defer it. I can allow some more discussion, but you know, for transparency, in the past, when I have allowed discussion, I've then been harangued for not allowing the motion to go forward. So we can have some discussion if you like, but Councillor Morris has proposed to defer it and someone else has proposed to second it. Yes, Councillor Sussman, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. If there was the option to third that, I would. However, I do feel very strongly that there would be grounds. I'm very concerned about the sort of highways issue and the safety issue of this. And
But
I do believe, sorry, can I talk?
Yes, you can, but I thought you were talking about deferring it or not.
No. I mean, I saw it, but you wanted some grounds that might be strong. I think we'll do it. I would say on all grounds, and I can offer more. Yeah, I can offer some other options should you require.
Okay, I will allow some more discussion then, but then we need to vote on what Councillor Morris has proposed. Hang on a minute. Thank you. Councillor Allen wanted to speak.
Before I get to the point I was first going to make, I would say on the issue of Greenbelt v Greybelt, what we've discussed at some length in this committee before is that is a matter for our judgment as members, and we can get advice from council on both sides, but we've seen that advice before. I think we know what it will say, and I think it's very important that ultimately we are the judges on the basis of the evidence about Greybelt. The point I was going to make before that, I agree with Councillor Brisky. We should have some discussion of the many issues around this application before we vote on a deferral. I would preface it firstly by saying, as Paul did, thank you for everyone who's here tonight and who's emailed us over the last few weeks. This is a public process and a democratic process, and it's very important that people get involved and see what happens. Now, over the last few weeks and months, I've had many queries from residents of the Merry Hill area, and certainly this application does raise a number of quite interesting and difficult questions, and I wanted to see in the final analysis and the final presentation whether those questions have been answered, and I'm not sure they all have. And one thing that's quite disappointing that isn't in the report is the effect on Hillmead Nature Park, which is a Hertsmere park. It's one of our parks, and parks are one of our greatest assets. At the moment, it is a nature park. It's in its name. At the moment, it has houses on 3 sides, crucially not on the 4th side. It is the beginning of and part of the wider Maryhill open space, that historic space that becomes Attenborough Fields. And it seems to me a point that hasn't been addressed is this development would close it off completely and it would be covered on all 4 sides by houses. And the wildlife, which is meant to ingress and egress from the nature park, cannot, because it's been concreted round. And my question to officers is why, I mean, we've seen a hint of what the view would be. From the park, you would see houses in every direction. And that's what this development would do to our park. So my question is, why hasn't the effect on the park been taken into consideration as a material factor?
I think when you have a look at the visuals as well, sent in by the agent, the actual views from Hillmead Nature Park, you wouldn't really see too much built form. As well, the boundaries and the edges as well, they would be planted to try and reduce the visual impact of the development.
But you wouldn't see the open space, so would you? You'd see houses. If you go back to the slide where you see the gate at the entrance, the slide, well, I think it was the second slide you showed earlier on.
This one.
Exactly. So when the houses are built, that view would become houses.
Yes, they would. There would be houses on the site, but they would be well screened through the vegetation.
But surely you would still see the houses behind those trees. And the reason it matters, I think, is this is one of our parks. It is a nature park. And I think that for me, that is a material consideration, that the impact on our park.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Shenton. I do appreciate everyone's hands gone up. Councillor Shenton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know this area pretty well. I walk my dog there every week. I was walking him this morning actually, and the pictures that or the plans that we have seen of Whomsoever Lane do not reflect the little lane, the bridleway that I know. To have 2 lanes of traffic and a pavement isn't feasible. There are 1 or 2 pinch points in there as well, which weren't shown on any of the plans. There's an electricity pylon and there's an electricity substation, I believe, right at the top of the road. And they have legally barriers around them. And you do not have, say, 5 meters between there and the buildings on Maryhill Road. I think these diagrams are misleading and I would like to see them checked, because I don't think you could build a pavement and a 2-way road in that space. I'd also ask the question, is the plan for the pavement to be raised, or is it just marking on a road? Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Shenton. I don't think we've mentioned, but Alan Story is here from Hertfordshire County Council Highways. I know you know him very well. In terms of any highways related comments, Alan, have you got anything on that?
The submission is that plan. The detail in terms of how it's to be constructed will come at a later stage. My understanding is it would be raised. There's a verge. There's a 2-meter footway. So the carriageway will be 4.8 meters wide, featuring pinch points, but obviously, as mentioned by your officer, priority for incoming vehicles. All of this is not highway maintainable at public expense. It's a public right of way. It's a bridle way. So unfortunately, my public rights of way officer is unable to attend tonight, but they have been heavily involved within the design, using our design guides, and they are satisfied with this design. But to shortly answer your question, my understanding is it will be raised.
And have you measured it?
Have I measured it?
Has they been officially measured by Herts County Council? The gap between the power substation and the pylon and the houses that are on Maryhill Road?
I'm sorry, that's the plan. That's what the developer says they can deliver. I do not go out and do a full topo on an applicant's plan. It would be delivered in accordance with the approved plans. If they cannot achieve that, it would then be contrary to their planning consent.
Thank you. Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you. It's a bit of clarity here. I know we talk about grey belt, green belt all the time, but I just want to have officers' opinion on how a completely open grass field on the edge of a settlement avoids contributing to the prevention of urban sprawl, because that definitionally does.
So we've gone through Purpose A. So we've gone through this as shown up on the slides. Having regard to our own Greenbelt assessment, we considered that the site would make no contribution to Purpose A. Hertsmere Golf Club is located on the western boundary, so over here, and would act as a permanent and defensible boundary. Officers consider that the development read as an edge of settlement development, rounding off due to the scheme infilling an area of land which is bounded by an existing residential development. So we consider that the development wouldn't be an incongruous finger extending into the Greenbelt and would comply with Purpose A as having no contribution.
Thank you, Holly. I think ultimately it's a case of personal judgment on this. I just want to put my frustrations on public note about grey belt policy, because it's costing taxpayer money just for us to hire barristers. So not only is it causing chaos for residents, it's costing them money for us having to hire barristers, all from a policy from someone who might be a future Prime Minister.
Oh, you were almost not political then, Councillor Rosehill, but thank you for pointing out that grey belt is not always very popular. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, can I just ask how much taxpayers' money a specialist counsel opinion will cost? And is it really worth it? Because some members can't seem to use their own judgment to decide one way or the other anyway.
About £3,500 plus VAT. Obviously depends on the complexity. On this one, we'd be asking them to review the officer assessment. We would obviously supply, if we were to do it, we would supply the opinion provided for the developer, because we'll always give counsel when we're instructing them as much information, relevant information as we can. But in the end, as I said earlier, they will review the officer assessment. Every assessment, every review of the officer approach to date has been validated by council at a significant cost, and we can't continue to do that. At the end of the day, there comes a point where we understand what the grey belt is, whether we like it or not, and you are able as the decision makers to make judgments on that policy, and you have, as you know, disagreed with the officers in the past and been able to do so.
One moment, can I please ask you to actually ask, although that's a reasonable question, can we please ask about this application rather than broadly speaking how much things cost and how long things take? Yes, Councillor Sussman, then Councillor Brisky.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, I just want to get a couple of the points in that I originally wanted to mention. First of all, I'm looking every single person in the eye and saying thank you so much for coming along. Honestly, to me, and I know to other members, it really does mean a lot. We're here for you. We're here to hear both sides. I want to thank Councillor Allen, actually, for bringing up the wildlife, because that's something that really worries me. And in all your emails, we've had pictures and screenshots of videos of with badgers, deer, bats. Honestly, this to me, it does break my heart, and it's all about the sort of, can this be mitigated against?
Councillor, are you going to ask a question?
No, I'm giving comments and then I will ask questions. We're allowed to give comments. I'm allowed to air my thoughts.
Yes, I didn't say you weren't. I would like though people to ask
Sorry,
questions
this is really,
as well.
really important.
I didn't say it wasn't.
This is really important. And that is a huge concern to me, because I can't see how that can be mitigated against. The papers also just say that there is a dropped curb. It says it on 8.94, page 53. This worries me from a safety point of view, because when there's a drop curb, it's very easy for the road and the pavement to sort of merge. On one hand, having read this report, they're encouraging, you know, everyone can have 8 bicycles each, and no cars. And just the realism is in the world we live in that this is going to be full of cars and there's going to be a lot of movement. I did email this morning and ask a question of officers as if we'd done a traffic survey or anything, and I haven't had a response to that email. So the safety and highways, I do appreciate that you look at a map, it's like a bit of a tick box, and I appreciate that, but I don't know if highways visit every site that they're asked about. But looking at that road, I really do get how dangerous it is coming out on that blind bend. My one question is actually who sent Councillor Smith that question to ask, that she was just reading a 2-sentence she was reading off her phone, because I think that would have been a question that would have come up following Councillor Morris's, and you don't have to jot that question down. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Brisky and then Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question actually relates to how this fits in with the Regulation 18 consultation that's currently ongoing. So my question actually is, how much weight does this Regulation 18 consultation currently carry? And then secondly, because the reason I'm asking that is because this site has not been selected for development within the Regulation 18 consultation. And then secondly, I would like to know why it hasn't been selected for inclusion. What made it ineligible? Was it the greenbelt quality? Was it a local wildlife site? What was it that made it incompatible with the spatial strategy? Thank you.
I'll say. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Brisky. Yeah, so the Regulation 18 local plan has very limited weight at this particular stage. What I would point you, in terms of the greenbelt assessment, that is a material consideration. Obviously, that forms part of the Regulation 18 local plan, but it is a material consideration for us as planners now. In terms of the reasons it wasn't included, I don't have that answer for you. But what I would say is that within that greenbelt assessment that you referred to, this Bushy is not deemed to be a large built-up area, so it is a town. So in terms of that, if you look at Purpose A and the checklist from the PPG up there, if you go to moderate, assessment areas that contribute moderately are likely to be adjacent or near to large built-up areas, but it's not considered a large built-up area in the definition. So in that case, so in that sense, that's why it doesn't actually, Purpose A doesn't, it doesn't meet Purpose A. I hope that answers you.
That's not correct. It actually specifically does say that Bushy is a large built-up area.
It says it's a town.
In the consultation document.
Okay. Councillor Carter, then Councillor Lambert. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Holly, when you were making your presentation, I, in my notes, put down there's a road that has a 15 mph speed limit in place. Could you just clarify which road that is again?
Yeah, that's on the corner of Merry Hill Road, so it's that tight corner, just on the screen up there.
So it's the Merry Hill Road. Oh, all right, thank you. And thank you again for addressing my request that I made at the planning technical and inviting the highways officers here, which is my second question to the highways officers. Just looking at the documents that we have in front of us, what's the basis through which you've come up with the TRIGS data, and especially the traffic predictions during rush hour, both AM and PM.
Okay. The transport assessment has had regard to the TRIX database. That is a national database. I have offered training via your officers to members because this comes up a lot. The TRIX system has been around about 25 years. It is a data set of structured surveys of sites across the UK within many use classes. Obviously, this has had regard to residential, private houses, but obviously there are numerous categories within that. And it allows a refinement or a prediction of trips. It's multimodal, so it's not just vehicle trips. Officer presentation, when they were talking about 15 AM two-way trips, that was vehicle trips. There's obviously pedestrian trips and there are cycle trips. There is a second methodology of calculating it, which would be to use census data for the ward, but this has had regard to TRIX. That has given rise to 129 sort of movements across the day, vehicle trips, and then there'll be 4 inbound trips and 11 outbound trips in the AM peak. It is an average. It is a model, so we could not condition that it's only 14 because it would not be enforceable. But it's a way of understanding the likely trip impacts. In this case, that's 14 movements in the AM peak. As members are aware, NPPF paragraph 116 requires that development can only be refused on highway grounds where it has a severe impact. Obviously, definition of severe isn't defined in NPPF, but the dictionary definition is great harm. I'm aware that there are schools and problems with pick up and drop off, but 14 additional vehicles, that being 1 every 4 minutes, could not be considered as justifying that quite strict test within the NPPF to justify a highway reason for refusal.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Carter.
Sorry, Chair, I just came up with one more question, if I may. All right, thank you for the report, officers. Just to also ask, because of the condition of the road and the bend, and basically, apart from the 15 mph speed limit, is there any other mitigating factors we can put in relation to that road?
I think the first thing to mention is, although it has been mentioned several times, this is a dangerous bend. There has not been a single reportable accident in 26 years. There may have been. I can rely on Stats 19 forms, which are those submitted by the police where they attend. They will attend where there's injury or damage to furniture. So I have checked county records, which are drawn directly from the police force. There have been no accidents. The bend features chevrons, black and white. They're in accordance with diagram 515 of the traffic signs and regulations and general directions. They are not provided for safety purposes. They are simply to warn vehicles that there is a sharp bend approaching. The applicant themselves has done a ATC, automated traffic count. It was undertaken in March. It was undertaken over 5 days. References you made that doesn't reflect daily or regular conditions, but it's a neutral period. It captures vehicle speeds. The 85th percentile around that bend is about 19 miles per hour. And as your officer recommended or observed, you would not go around that bend particularly fast because of its arrangement. Reference was made to visibility of the access. I mean, it's an existing access. A photo was shown sort of saying that at the position that you took the photo, you can't see round the bend. But if you were to undertake a right-hand turn movement, you would be at the bend. And as that plan demonstrates, you have forward and rear visibility. So if a vehicle was waiting to turn right, they would have adequate visibility to manual for streets for the recorded speed to see if a vehicle was approaching. And a vehicle approaching a vehicle waiting to turn right would have adequate sight that they had come to a standstill or had slowed down. So in safety terms, the access is acceptable, particularly by regard to the fact that it will accommodate at circa 14 peak hour vehicle movements.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. It's been very patient. And then Councillor Allen.
Thank you very much. I think firstly, I'd like to thank the residents for turning up and for all the emails they've been sending me. It's been very helpful. And I also had quite a few doubts from after the planning technical meeting the other day. And so on Wednesday, I took a walk down Whomsoever Lane to look at the place and at the nature park. I did ask at PTM specifically for the issue of what would be the effect on the Hillmead Park, and was expecting that to be part of your presentation today. I don't think you're addressing it at all. I noticed that Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust were consulted, but as far as I can see, there was no following up to say what were their comments. It is clear to me that when you've got a fairly delicate breed like a badger, they don't look that delicate, but they are a fairly delicate breed. Having urbanisation on all 4 sites of a small site, and they don't have the opportunity to roam wider, then I think you can say goodbye to that badger set within a few years. I really think we've got to have an expert opinion on the effect on Hillfield Nature Park. I know it is not part of the red line application area, but it is a park we own, and it is one that will be significantly affected by any development. Which is why I would support either rejection or deferment. I still can't get over that the price of a council is going to be about 3,500. I thought it was going to be much more than that, and I think for that amount of money we should have had an opinion on the points that Councillor Morris was making. So I'm really quite unhappy about the nature park, the green grey belt assessment, the traffic, and why were these raised at planning technical and not addressed tonight? Thank you.
Could I just come back quickly to your point on wildlife and Middlesex Trust? So in terms of wildlife, we did consult Hertfordshire County Council Ecology, and they did come back on the application, and they did raise no objection to the scheme in terms of wildlife impacts on the Hillmead Nature Park.
Sorry, but did they visit the site? And were they aware that this development would be enclosing the site? That actually is the important issue. Has it specifically been addressed?
So I'll just jump in at that point. Thank you, Councillor Lambert. On the point of whether they visited the site, I can't tell you. I don't know if they did or not. In terms of were they aware that it encompasses the site, encloses the site, to use your phrase, they would have had the plans in front of them, the very plans that you are looking at as well, and that you're assessing the scheme against. So they would have known exactly what is being proposed.
Councillor Allen.
So the borough must find space for 16,000 houses over 15 years. And Bushy must play some part in that. But 28 is a bit of a drop in the ocean and won't solve that problem. And if you're going to look at a map of Bushy and think, where should we build some houses? This is surely the last place that you choose. It's quite a long way behind. It's a field which is quite a long way behind existing houses. The report talks about Bushy Heath. It's not really Bushy Heath, it's in Merry Hill. I think people in Merry Hill would see this as Merry Hill, which is of course part of that historic green space. I have two questions on highways. What we heard from Chris's question about the width of the path, which needs to accommodate two-way traffic and the verge and pedestrians, is that the measurements are not from highways, the measurements are from the applicant. And that I think is quite a significant bit of detail to emerge there. My two questions are these. We have objections from both of the primary school head teachers in this area because the school traffic is notorious, and between 9:30 and 2:30 it's very quiet there. At school times you can't move. So first question is, was any analysis done during school times? That's the first question. Second question is, there's talk here of highways improvements at that bend. There's no pavement at the proposed junction Bellmouth. The pavement is the other side of the road. A crossing has been created there. So in other words, where people will be invited to cross the road to get from these new houses to the pavement, they're being invited to cross at the bend. And when I've been there, I don't like to cross there. It's a bit scary. So I go down Merry Hill Road a bit and back up again. So it seems to me that this scheme actually invites people to cross the road at the most dangerous place. And we've heard testimony that, well, it's not that dangerous because cars drive slowly. Well, they drive slowly because they think it's dangerous. So my second question, first question is about the times of day. Second question is, did any highways officers actually try to cross the road on foot from there to the other side?
I undertook the pre-application on this. My officer provided the formal response. I attended the site. I believe my officer attended the site. We don't attend every site, but any that are complicated, likely to be difficult or contentious, we seek to attend. In terms of the survey was undertaken 24-hour for 5 days. That measured the number of vehicles passing the site, which was measured at 154 in one direction. I'd have to look at the other. It is accepted that school traffic is difficult. 15% of AM peak movements are school traffic. The County Council seek to work with all schools and encourage them to have a travel plan to encourage parents to walk their children or drop them off locally. It's very difficult to say that 14 movements associated with this development in that period would have an unacceptable impact in terms of safety. I can offer details to each of the head teachers of those schools if they wish to sort of work with the County Council towards travel plans. That also enables them to be selected for a Safe Routes to School programme, which is a small amount of budget that the County Council set aside towards safety measures, speed management or whatever directly outside of the schools. So we're more than happy to engage with the schools and work with the heads in terms of trying to deal with school congestion. But the matter before you is whether or not this development has an unacceptable severe impact in highway terms.
And crossing the road? And
crossing the road, it's accepted. The first thing is I have to repeat that whilst there's been reference this is a dangerous junction, a dangerous bend, there is no evidence of that. There is a footway connection to the north that is directing pedestrians towards local bus stops, 300 metres for one direction, 400 for the other. Point of clarity, the transport assessment, neither of our assessment says that the station is 8 minutes walk away, it's 8 minutes cycle away, 6 minutes bus service. There are opportunities to cross that road.
Please let him answer his question. Thank you very much.
Away from that junction. And it will obviously go for a safety audit as well as part of any 278 works. And if that identifies concerns over a crossing, we can impose a pedestrian crossing point in a more suitable location. Obviously, we would not condone anybody to cross in a dangerous location.
But that's exactly what crossing is proposed, isn't it? Because there's talk of tactile paving at that bend. So if it's not there, where is it? Because what's in this proposition is that the crossing is at the bend. And if it isn't there, where is it? Because either it is either that's the safest place to cross, or they should go somewhere else. So what's the answer? And we've not seen a representation of that either. Can you see why we're confused?
Okay, I mean, the important thing is to sort of say that there is a condition recommended to the officers that a detailed scheme is submitted, which will also address the issue of the upstand of the footway. And we will not sign off on that until we're satisfied that it's appropriate.
What I take from that is the problem's not been solved.
Okay, so gentleman next to me is going to say a few words and then we'll go back to Councillor Morris. Thank you.
Just would like to come back on a couple of points that were raised by members earlier. So Councillor Brisky, just to on the point of Bushy being a town and not technically a large built-up area, as is identified in the Greenbelt assessment. I'm just pointing to paragraph 3.6 of the Greenbelt assessment. It's page 31 of the PDF that you find online. It identifies it as a grade 2 settlement, which is a large town. Just that's the point I was trying to make earlier. And Councillor Sussman, you raised the question about the traffic survey. I do apologise. I didn't see that. I don't have that email. I don't know if you sent it to me or. But anyway, there was a traffic survey submitted. Is that what your question was? Whether one was submitted?
Yeah, sorry, I sent it to the planning admin and also to Liz Bayton, who I know is not here this evening. So I didn't hear anything, but yes, I was interested to see a copy of if you had done one. Thank you.
I can get that sent. Yep.
Okay, we have debated as you wished. Councillor Morris?
Thank you. My proposal for a deferment was on the basis of not the £3,000 that we may have had to spend on legal fees, but the cost to this council if we make a bad decision, as the expectation would be an appeal by the applicant. So I reinforce my suggestion of a deferment so that hopefully as a committee we make the right decision at the right time. So I'd just like to reinforce my position of a deferment, so all the questions that have been raised by everybody else this evening, that we defer on all grounds, and hopefully we'll have the answers that we require for a subsequent meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Amron, do you agree?
Yeah, I do. I haven't said
Thank you
very
very
much because
much.
everyone's said
Thank
really
you.
much.
Right, we shall vote then to defer on all grounds. Thank you.
Well, thank you, members. It's a proposition to defer. I'm going to call your name out of turn, ask you to vote for or against a deferment. Councillor Brisky, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Kaza, Aditu Kaza, how do you vote?
Against.
Councillor Prabhakaza, how do you vote? Councillor Lambert, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Rosehill, how do you vote? Councillor Shenton, how do you vote? Councillor Smith, how do you vote?
Against.
Councillor Sussman, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Allen, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Amron, you seconded.
Absolutely for.
Councillor Morris, you moved.
I think you know where I'm going. Thank you.
That's carried, Chair.
Thank you very much. Would you like 5-minute break before we do the next? Thank you very much, members of the public.
How long? Sorry, adjourn for how long?
Thank you very much. We move on to 5B, which is 24/1663/FUL land adjacent to Larksmead, Barnet Lane. And I invite Lisa Page to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. Why is it not changing on here? It is. Excuse me one moment. Apologies. This is a full planning application relating to land adjacent to Larksmead, Barnet Lane in Elstree, and it relates to the demolition of existing stables and removal of associated hardstanding and the construction of an integrated retirement community, or IRC, for the creation of 90 extra care units within use class C2, together with means of access, ancillary communal and care facilities, landscaping and open space, and all other associated works and infrastructure. So just pausing briefly on the description, the proposal as it sets out there is for extra care units, which are purpose-built or adapted units with a medium to high level of care available if required through on-site care agency registered through the Care Quality Commission, so CQC. So residents are able to live independently with 24-hour access to support services. So a location plan here, you can see the site in relation to Boreham Wood and Elstree. The application site consists of 3.2 hectare site located to the east of Elstree village. The site is predominantly open grassland with a cluster of trees and scrub to its northeastern corner. The site is devoid of built form except for a small cluster of buildings on its southeastern road frontage, and those relate to the equestrian use at the site. So the site does contain some existing stables, so 6 stables with ancillary structures, and the site currently contains 3 or 4 horses. It's understood that if permission is granted, the horses would be relocated to an alternative site. The site's southern boundary, as we can see here, adjoins Barnet Lane, from which it is separated by a mature hedge. To the east are woodlands, and these are protected by a tree preservation order. There's also a public right-of-way where my cursor is going, so running diagonally. And to the north, the site is bounded by woodland, which we'll see on a later slide, and that is not subject to a tree preservation order. So to the west of the site is bounded by the residential properties and gardens which front onto the northern side of Barnet Lane. And we can see here the site is outside of the conservation area, but does adjoin it on its western boundary. I've included this aerial photograph here just to give a sense of the enclosed nature of the site. So you can see there's tree belts on all of the site boundaries, and importantly, there's dense woodland to the north. So the land slopes away, as we'll see in the photographs, it slopes away from Barnet Lane down to the north. So some site photographs here. So site photograph 1 is taken from, as it sort of shows on the plan here, more central within the site, looking north towards that woodland tree belt or woodland area. Photograph 2 is more central to the site, so we can see the existing watercourse that runs through the site. So that's where the surface water, higher level of surface water risk lies. And we can see that sort of aligns here. Photograph 3 then is a photo from the centre of the site looking backwards to Barnet Lane, so that's southern boundary of the site, and you can just see some of the existing stable structures there. And on the right hand side of the photograph you can see some of the existing residential properties that front onto Barnet Lane. Photograph 4 then is a photograph looking up the centre of the site, so taken right from this sort of with my back against the woodland, you can see sort of how the land slopes up and then towards that central ditch that runs around the centre of the site. So in terms of the site plan here, The primary vehicular access to the site would be from Barnet Lane, as we can see here. So that's a new proposed vehicular access. The development has been subject to pre-application discussions, and as part of that, we have extended the distance between the existing residential property here of Larksmead to the built form. So this retains a much wider spacing to the existing settlement edge and improves the setting of the conservation area and the visual impact of Barnet Lane. There's then two identical blocks on front Barnet Lane, so blocks E and F. These follow the general pattern of development on Barnet Lane in terms of that spacing and rhythm within the street scene. And we'll see images of those shortly. They're two-storey in scale. Between these two apartment buildings is a pocket park and some pedestrian access points into the site. So there's one here along with the vehicular access that also has pedestrian, and a further here. There's a stable building, so this is a new building, but it's designed to replicate the existing equestrian building on the site. Single story, it would contain 3 of the single story bungalows, and they would have private rear amenity. We can then see that there's a main spine road running through the site, and on the left hand side you would have 4 cottages which front onto it, beyond which is a cul-de-sac of cottages. On the right-hand side, you would have the right-hand side of the main spine road is the clubhouse building. So this would contain a range of facilities, including the swimming pool, gym, studio, hairdressers, restaurant, and a residence lounge. Within the front of the site, there's also a arrival square that could be used for outdoor functions. Block A then sits further back into the site. This is a 3- and 4-storey residential block. Blocks B and C also further back into the site, 3-storey in scale, with Block D also 3 and 4, taking into account the change in land levels. So in terms of housing mix, the scheme proposes a mix of 1- and 2-bed units, consisting of 25 1-bed units, and that's consistent or contained all within the apartments. And then there are 65 2-bed units, so 10 2-storey cottages and 3 of those 2-bed bungalows in that stable building, and therefore 52 apartments for 2 beds. The application proposes a main subsystem where my cursor is, and that links into a proposed swale which follows the existing surface water drainage that runs throughout the centre of the site, and that runs parallel to the spine road with some pedestrian movements to sort of have enjoyment of that watercourse. There's a number of open spaces across the site, so to this northwestern corner, extending around to the northeast, including around the subsystem. Pedestrian movement is encouraged through the site, so there's new pedestrian movements as I've set out from Barnet Lane, so on the main spine road and these 2 other points, and they link into the community use building, and then a wider woodland footpath that runs around the site and then extends into this woodland to the rear that's in the ownership of the applicant, and that would link, as we can see here, it would link into the existing public right-of-way network. So looking at blocks E and F, those are the 2 identical units that are on Barnet Lane. So this is the vehicular access in. We can see that landscape wide verge that creates that new adjoins the existing settlement boundary in the conservation area. So we can see that the height of these reflect the 2-storey scale of development in the area. And again, floor plans here of the ground and first floor which show the dual aspect and outlook from each of the units, and each unit is provided with a private balcony. So looking at the stable building here, or the bungalow, so 3 units within here, single story, as I said earlier, designed to replicate or give a nod really to the equestrian uses on site currently. And again, on floor plan here, you can just see sort of how the layout would work. This is a rear patio extending out onto those amenity areas. Looking at the cottages here, so view 1 is looking up the main spine road, so you can see the cottages on the left-hand side. Again, you can see the scale of the development here. You can see some of the architectural features in terms of the projecting porch canopy. You can see the depth of the reveal in the window and the decorative chimneys. You can see some of the solar panels or PV that's proposed to be installed on the roof slopes, and there's a plan sort of covering that off shortly. View 2 then is looking now down into that cul-de-sac area. So you can see the cottage here on the turn, and then the cottages beyond that form that sort of different character area of the development. This image you can also see here on the right hand side, the flank of Block B. So that is the these units here. So they are 3-storey in scale, but given the land level changes, you can see that that scale of development relates appropriately to the scale of the cottages that it lies adjoining to. I've included here just some floor plans of the cottages, so you can see that each of the units has a bedroom at ground floor and a bedroom at first floor. Block A then is one of the woodland pavilions that sits further back into the site. So taking account of the land level, it's 3- and 4-storey. So this 4-storey element here is depicted on the CGI. So you can see this is the elevation that fronts onto the open space and the SUD system. And the articulation of the fenestration and the change of materials assists in breaking up the scale of that building. Again, I've just included a floor plan here just to show how the majority of the units have windows on 2 elevations, and all of the units are provided with a private balcony. Block B and C, you've already seen the flank elevation of it in relation to the cottages, but here would be the street scene, the internal street scene for it. So 2 blocks identical to this, joined by a 1-storey refuse structure here. So similar approach in terms of materials for all of these woodland blocks. Again, a floor plan here of both Block B and C, which is showing that all of the units here have outlook on 2 elevations, and each are provided with a private balcony. Similar approach to Block D, so taking into account the land levels, it varies between 3-storey here on that new street scene it creates with Block B and C, and extending to 4-storey when it extends further deeper into the site. Again, similar approach in terms of the materials. And again, a floor plan here showing that the majority of the units have dual aspects and all of the units have balconies. So turning to the clubhouse building here, as I've set out, this would include a range of facilities such as a restaurant, cafe, swimming pool, studio space, gym, treatment room and hairdressers. It's sited central within the site, and together with its design, it announces its public and communal role. The application details that the gym, studio and swimming pool would be accessible to the community and the wider public on a membership basis, and this would be secured via the Section 106 and a community use agreement. So just some site sections here to really give a flavour in terms of how the land levels change. So the land falls away from Barnet Lane, so you've got the new proposed bungalows here. So they're the stable building, you've got the clubhouse building central to the site, and then Block A, which is sited further into the site. And you can see that the heights of these dwellings are broadly comparable, such that Block A would not appear overly assertive in relation to the other built form on the site. And a similar approach in terms of this other section now, so section BB that runs through the cottages, across Block B and C, and then across to Block D. Again, you can see that the height of the development is maintained. I've added this slide here really in terms of the photovoltaic and the air source heat pumps. So it shows that all of the development would be provided with PV panels. The application is submitted with an energy and sustainability report, which details measures to minimise environmental implication during construction and operation. The site would exceed Part L building regulations via a range of sustainable generation measures. And we can see here the use of air source heat pumps and the PV panels. The application has also been submitted with plans that demonstrate to officers that this equipment on the roof wouldn't be unduly prominent in any street scenes or any public viewpoints. As you'll see in the committee report, the application is recommended for approval subject to a legal agreement. And that includes a number of heads of term, so a healthcare contribution of just over £94,000 towards healthcare infrastructure, just under £14,000 in relation to ambulance hub, £6,000 towards supporting, implementing, processing and monitoring the travel plan, And you'll see within the committee report some commentary on what the travel plan includes, and that would be a minibus for residents, but could be expanded to staff. There's a requirement for a management company for the areas of open space and amenity, and a clause to restrict the occupation and use of the site. And now, in relation to that, and just to clarify something that was picked up at or raised at PTM, that clause would set out a minimum care package and qualifying persons definition. So while the applicants are not a direct provider of such care, which is a regulated activity, they will appoint a preferred care quality commission, so CQC, registered care provider, to deliver the registered personal care to the residents on site, and that would be secured under this. And then an additional community use agreement. So again, that would set out the provision in terms of the services and facilities and management of those uses within the clubhouse building. So in terms of a conclusion, the development as set out within the committee report, the development does not fall to be appropriate development in accordance with the NPPF. Inappropriate development is, by definition, harmful to the green belt and should not be approved except in very special circumstances. Very special circumstances will not exist unless the potential harm to the green belt by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm resulting from the proposal is clearly outweighed by other considerations. And members have undertaken that assessment. So we'll see here that the development would result in inappropriate development, and as set out within the NPPF, substantial weight should be attributed to this. The development would not preserve the openness, and again, officers have assigned this substantial weight. Other harms would result to the setting of the conservation area. So as set out in the committee report, whilst officers have undertaken a heritage assessment or heritage balance and determined that the public benefits would outweigh the heritage harm in the overall planning balance, we still need to attribute that weight, and we have assigned that limited weight. There would also be limited weight assigned to landscape impact. Now, against that, the benefits of the scheme, so housing delivery, as members are aware, the local authority cannot demonstrate their 5-year housing land supply position, and the development would also provide the provision of housing for older people, for which there is a need, and substantial weight is attributed to those matters. The development would free up housing for residents moving to the site, and that is assigned moderate weight. There would also be social benefits and health and well-being benefits relating, which are given moderate weight, and economic factors. So it's stated that 497 jobs would be created during the construction phase and 15 to 25 direct jobs once operational. Other benefits relate to the creation of infrastructure, so there would be off-site highway works as set out, and those improvements with linkages to the public right-of-way, together with the communal benefits within that community building, and these are assigned moderate weight. And so officers' conclusion on the very special circumstance position is that these benefits do clearly outweigh the totality of the harm, and in this case, very special circumstances do exist, so that principle of development is accepted in this case. In terms of other planning considerations, officers are content that the development would achieve an acceptable quality of development. There would be no adverse impact to the local highway network. There have been no objections from the Highway Authority or highways or national highways, and parking matters are considered appropriate. The development would provide for high quality amenity for future occupiers and no unacceptable impacts to neighbours. There would be some loss of trees and hedges across the site, all of which are category C, low quality, or category U, poor quality, and thus there would be some impact to landscape character. However, officers are content that the loss of trees could be mitigated by the proposed planting. The development would have no adverse impact to ecology, and BNG, biodiversity net gain, could be secured within the biodiversity gain plan post-determination. Matters in relation to flood risk and drainage are acceptable. The local lead flood authority and the Environment Agency have no objections. And our members will see that there has been an update circulated, which is in relation to a number of the conditions. So a change to some of the triggers on those, merging some of them, and I think deletion of one. So that's set out within the update report, but happy to answer any questions on the details of it. And our overall summary and recommendation is is that planning permission be granted subject to the legal agreement and those conditions set out. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now please call Miss Ellen Pearce? Thank you. If you'd like to press the black button to speak, thank you, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. Thank you for allowing me to address you at this committee. My name's Ellen Pearce, Planning Director at Inspired Villages, the proposed operator of the scheme before you. We operate integrated retirement communities known as IRCs that provide specialist accommodation with care and support adapting to changing needs over time. I would like to begin by thanking the case officer, Lisa Page, and her colleagues for their thorough and balanced report. We welcome the recommendation to grant planning permission. We also appreciate that this is the second IRC application to come to your committee in recent years. However, there remains a clear and evident shortfall in extra care accommodation in Hertsmere, meaning many older residents are left with no suitable options locally. The government has also recently acknowledged a national social care crisis. Approving our application today will ensure that more people in Hertsmere can live connected, active, healthy and happy lives. As set out in your officer report, this site is extremely well contained visually. The proposal does not undermine the Greenbelt purposes, but addresses a clear unmet need, and it is in a sustainable location close to Elstree High Street. There are very special circumstances which exist to justify the development of this site within the Greenbelt, as well as the critical need for specialist housing for older people. There will be carbon net zero regulated energy design, significant investment in Elstree, hundreds of direct and indirect jobs, reduced pressures on stretched social care services, and freeing up of family homes. Many of these benefits are not solely confined to residents of the retirement community, given the facilities on site will also be open to the wider community. Taken together, these benefits carry substantial weight. The scheme is supported by a comprehensive Section 106 package, including healthcare, ambulance, service and travel plan contributions, junction improvements along Barnet Lane, a new woodland walk linking the public rights of way network and community access to the clubhouse facilities. Your officers have carefully assessed the proposal and concluded that these benefits clearly justify approval. We respectfully ask that you follow the recommendation and grant permission this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I please now call Councillor Cohen as community advocate against the application? You will have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking tonight as the elected councillor for Elstree Ward on behalf of many constituents who oppose this application. This is an appropriate development. The central issue is the officers themselves confirm the development is inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. It's their own words because it fails the golden rules at paragraph 156 of the NPPF. On Greenbelt land, golden rule compliance is a prerequisite. The required affordable housing contribution is 50%. The applicant offers 0, not 10%, not 25%, nothing. 90 market rate units on protected metropolitan Greenbelt lands with no affordable housing whatsoever. The golden rules exist precisely to ensure communities receive a meaningful return when Greenbelt land is released. They are not an optional extra, and paragraph 153 is unambiguous. Inappropriate development should not be approved except in very special circumstances. The officer's report acknowledges that openness will not be preserved, and they say adverse impact would arise from the urbanisation of the existing fields and paddocks, directly conflicting with paragraph 142 of the NPPF. This is not marginal. 90 units, 3-storey flatted blocks. You've seen the pictures. I'm sure you would agree they are not appropriate in Greenbelt land. 96 car parking spaces and a clubhouse massive on open equestrian land. Paragraph 153 requires substantial weight be given to harm to openness. That weight is plainly present here, and you can see it on the slides. The Council's own heritage advisors at Place Services states the development would fundamentally alter the land use from an open, verdant field to an urbanised residential development, removing elements of the conservation area setting that positively contribute to its significance. The 3-storey blocks relate poorly to the linear development pattern in the conservation area. Officers call this less than substantial harm. Members should note that under Section 66 of the Planning Act 1990 and paragraph 212 of the NPPF, great weight must still be given to conservation of a designated heritage asset irrespective of the level of harm. This weighs firmly against approval. The statutory biodiversity metric shows in your papers a predicted net loss. The mandatory 10% net gain under the Town and Country Planning Act cannot be demonstrated. Officers acknowledge biodiversity credits may be needed. A financial fix for ecological damage that should not occur on greenbelt land. CPRE Hertfordshire say in their reports that cumulatively with the Alum Lane South and North proposals, these developments would destroy the last open corridor between Elstree Village and Boreham Woods, causing the coalescence of two distinct settlements. That is precisely the irreversible harm Greenbelt policy was created to prevent. Officers conclude that very special circumstances exist because the cumulative benefits outweigh the harms. Please look at the slides. They do not. The substantial harm is greater than the benefits. And so I respectfully challenge that conclusion and urge you to re-look at the slides. The benefits cited, housing delivery, older persons housing, economic activity, are common to any major residential development. They are not unusual, exceptional, or specific to this site. The bar for very special circumstances is high, and benefits that are not routine cannot clear it. Meanwhile, the harms are concrete. Substantial greenbelt harm by definition, harm to openness, less than substantial heritage harm, biodiversity net loss, unresolved sewage infrastructure. Thames Water confirms the existing network cannot accommodate this development, and cumulative coalescence risk. These are not minor or technical concerns. Chair, members, the officer's own report and their slides sets out the harms in plain terms. It acknowledges inappropriate greenbelt development. It acknowledges harm to openness. It acknowledges harm to the conservation area setting. It acknowledges biodiversity net loss. And it acknowledges zero affordable housing on greenbelt lands. The NPPF's golden rules were introduced by this government specifically to ensure that when greenbelt land is released, communities benefit. This development benefits no one in Elstree except the developer. I urge this committee to refuse the application on grounds of inappropriate greenbelt developments, failure to meet the golden rules, harm to openness, harm to heritage, biodiversity net loss, and the cumulative threat to the remaining open land separating our village from Boreham Woods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members?
I think probably just to reiterate sort of the position that we are saying it's obviously a green belt site. We're saying it doesn't comply with the golden rules. We set that out quite clearly in our committee report, and therefore we are in a position of very special circumstances. So hopefully, I think members did ask for a bit more clarification about the weight to assign to the benefits and the harms, which we've included on that earlier slide, but happy to expand further if anybody's got any comments on it. But hopefully that position's quite clear that we're looking at very special circumstances here.
Thank you. Councillor Brisky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it would be very helpful for the committee if we have the planning balance slide back up, please. Because this is far more finely balanced than what we've seen in a lot of greenbelt applications in recent months. And members are, of course, within their gift to not fully agree with the officers' weightings, especially on terms of things like harm to the setting of the conservation area. This is discussed in the report, saying that it would harm the rural setting of the conservation area, and that does need to be considered. So I would probably upgrade that. And then once you've upgraded that, you've got two substantial weights and a moderate weight potentially as one of the harms. And for the benefits, you've got only one substantial and then a few moderates. I think there would be a very, very, very slim chance of us losing an appeal on this. And I think this committee should be defending, well, not losing an appeal, but losing costs at least. And I think this committee should be taking every single opportunity it has to defend every square inch that we can of our greenbelt right now. But I do have a question, because I did ask this at the PTM, and I think the officer did allude to it at the beginning of her presentation. And that is in relation to policy SADM 34. because this committee is well aware of the potential loss of lots of equestrian facilities. We find that there are lots of applications on stables throughout Hertsmere, and in the new draft local plan, we've potentially faced the loss of Strangeways as well. So has there been an equestrian needs assessment carried out? And if not, then I would probably add the loss of yet another livery to the list of harms on this list, because we are finding increasingly that horses have nowhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back to your question, but if I can just answer your comment or come back to you on your comments about the weight to be applied. So you're right, members can assign what weight they wish to those issues that we've set out there. So harm to heritage, for instance, we've assigned limited weight. Members are quite rightly could assign alternative weight if they so felt there was justification. I think what I just sort of want to point out really is that when you're comparing benefits and harms, it's difficult to if you're saying substantial weight to inappropriateness but benefits the substantial weight for a benefit for housing delivery, it's difficult to compare them because they're not the same thing. So just because you've got two substantial weights, it doesn't do you see what I'm saying? You can't compare housing delivery against inappropriate because they're not the same issue. So it's not just a case of which has got the most significant, which has got the most moderate. It is a balancing act to make. In terms of the question, in terms of the equestrian use, yes, there will be a loss of that existing stable. So 3 to 4 horses, as I've said, are currently stabled there. Officers consider that is quite a small scale, a low key use, and that we didn't think it would be appropriate to ask for an equestrian needs survey. The applicants confirmed that those horses would be relocated elsewhere in the locality, and it wouldn't be significant enough to warrant any further sort of investigation on that.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else? Yes, Councillor Kaza.
On page 86, 2.11, you say that the loss of existing planting would be mitigated by the proposed landscaping with the replacement planting with the question mark. Has that been answered, or?
Which paragraph number was that, sorry?
Yeah.
7. Oh no, it's 86.
86, yeah. 86, 2.11. I've got a friend supporting me.
I don't have page numbers, sorry, on my agenda. Which paragraph number?
Is that just a typo or is it been answered?
I mean, it's an unfortunate and interesting question mark, but yeah, officers are content that the landscaping proposals that have been put forward in terms of landscape master plan would outweigh the loss of those category C and category U trees. Yeah, so apologies for the question mark. That's not helpful.
So it's not an open-ended question.
It's not a question.
It's
No.
not an open-ended question, and
Yeah.
you're going to supplant it.
It's a typo. Yeah.
The next
Thank
thing
you.
is the same issue that has been raised by him about the convergence between the Elstree village and the suburban Elstree. There's no satisfactory answer for that anywhere.
I'm sorry. Can you say that
About
again?
the convergence between Elstree village. Convergence
Convergence. Yes.
between Elstree village
Oh, between. Okay. Yes.
and suburban Elstree. That is one of the objections raised by the Greenbelt Society. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, is it in relation to sort of when we're talking about the Greenbelt Part A in terms of merging, is that or sorry, sprawl? So we've got A, which is relating to unrestricted sprawl of the large built-up areas. Did you say the Greenbelt Society's comments?
Page number 94.
Yeah.
Elstree and Borehamwood Greenbelt Society. Would lead to the convergence between Elstree village and suburban Elstree.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of sort of the Greenbelt assessment, we're required to look at it in terms of the purposes as set out, you know, that members are more than aware of in terms of those main purposes. Elstree is not categorised as a town. So if you're looking at the purposes of the Greenbelt, so purposes A relating to unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, Elstree is not a large built-up area. It does have physical features within proximity to restrict that development. So as we saw in the aerial photograph, you've got really heavy woodland to the north, you've got tree belts along all of the boundaries. That does very much seek to contain that development, and it's not adjacent or near to a large built-up area. So for us, we're looking at large built-up area being Boreham Wood. So in that sense, it's not falling foul of purpose A, which is what I think that society were alluding to. In terms of preventing towns merging to another, so purpose B, again, we are content that there would be that it's a substantial distance from neighbouring towns. So Elstree again being a village, so it's not resulting into towns merging. So therefore, it's not a big gap. It's not a substantial gap between towns because Elstree is a village. So it's not resulting in merging of towns, because when you look, maybe it'd be more helpful if I showed that, sorry. So Elstree being not a town, development on the site here would not result in merging of towns because you've got Boreham Wood, your large built-up area, and the village of Elstree, so there's no merging. So in our mind, there would be no conflict with those purposes as set out.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, and then Councillor Kaza. Thank you.
Well, despite that question, this isn't grey belt. We've established that. So purpose C is relevant here, as I understand it. So we're not just limited to purpose A and purpose B wrangling, because purpose C will count. So this is really all about whether the VSCs outweigh the acknowledged harm to the Greenbelt. So that comes down principally to housing delivery. So it's housing delivery versus the Greenbelt. That's what the equation is here. My question is, do we have any appeal decisions which are comparable to this? It's not a Greybelt decision. I'm thinking of, for example, the original appeal decision on Harris Lane before we redetermined it a couple of months ago, when, to the best of my recollection, the inspector found in that case that there weren't strong enough VSCs to allow the appeal, and that was purely a VSC's argument. So are there any comparable cases to this proposition on the basis of VSCs which are relevant?
In drafting that slide you saw in terms of the weight that we're assigning to the benefits and the harms, we had very much have had regard to appeal decisions for integrated retirement community applications, so not just in our district but sort of countrywide across England, so in terms of how much weight to apply to them. So we're trying to take a consistent approach in terms of the weight to be applied. I'll just discuss the point in terms of Harris Lane. One moment, thank you. Yeah, so the Harris Lane appeal, apologies, I had no involvement in that. As I understand, it was prior to the MPPF 2024, so prior to sort of any grey belt assessment. So you're right, as I understand, it felt to be a very special circumstances position. It's not comparable in the sense that that was for straight market dwelling. It did have some affordable, as I understand, whereas we're looking at sort of retirement community here, which is why we've had regard to wider appeal decisions in terms of sort of, well, the weight to be applied and sort of how that balance is in.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Kaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Lisa, just focusing our attention to biodiversity net gain, so 8.116 and 8.117. This is the first time I think in many months we've seen an application where there's a net loss in an application. And as stated in 8.117, any off-site location has not been identified in this particular proposal. So I'm just wondering, saying that if the application came at a later date after the minimum 10% net gain kicked in, what would be the determination from your side?
Yeah, so the application was submitted at a time when biodiversity net gain 10% as a minimum was policy. I think what's happened is when the application came in, they've submitted all the metric and all the conditions assessments as required. The application has been amended slightly during the course of the application, so it's been with us just sort of probably getting on to 18 months. So it has been amended. I think as part of that amendment, they've had to obviously update the supporting documents, and the BNG would have been part of that. So my understanding is that their non-compliance now with the 10% is probably because of some changes to the layout and the design. What that then does, so as I've set out in those paragraphs, is that there isn't sufficient information to say that that biodiversity condition could be discharged, but government advice is quite clear that that wouldn't be a reason to refuse permission. So biodiversity net gain falls to be a post-determination matter. On any approval, as you're aware, we have to put on the biodiversity gain plan, and that is a pre-commencement. So even if we were minded to approve, there would be a pre-commencement condition as such for the biodiversity gain plan, and as part of that they would need to submit updated metrics to us. If they can't provide it on site, they would need to show us how it can be delivered off site, and then in accordance with the hierarchy would need to be looking at whether, if that cannot be achieved, there would need to be biodiversity credits, and obviously any legal agreement that needs to run alongside that as part of the biodiversity gain plan. So yes, it's a bit unfortunate that we're not in a position to say today that they can demonstrate the 10%, and that's normally the position we are in, but it would be picked up post-determination within the biodiversity gain condition.
Lisa, just picking up on your answer that you just gave, you mentioned biodiversity credits. Could you just explain what it involves?
Yes, so our starting position, we want biodiversity net gain to be on site. If that can't be delivered on site, then we'd be looking at off-site locations. And where that cannot be achieved, they could purchase biodiversity credits. So the developer could buy, in essence, credits. So if they need to provide 2 units of XYZ, they could purchase that from a provider. That's quite pricey and it's quite rare, but that could be used as sort of the last case scenario if they couldn't provide an off-site location.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm finding this quite difficult. I think we've agreed it's not grey belt, and therefore it has to be very special circumstances. And I don't think that the very special circumstances in your list actually gets over the bar that we've been having before we had the green-grey belt argument. And particularly, the point that was just being made, that if this was going to go ahead and there isn't the contribution to social housing and affordable housing, then I would expect a very significant amount of money going elsewhere in order to mitigate the fact that this is a development that is likely to make very significant returns for the developer. And I'm not at all sure that it really contributes to a big need. I mean, we've got a lot of applications coming forward that are for older people. Yes, they're needed, but there's going to be a point at which we don't need any more. So my question is, is there an opportunity for a significant amount of money, or the land that is still in the ownership of the landowner, it went round in blue, to make a contribution to build proper social housing in that area? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could just come back to you on a few points. I think your first one was about grey belt and saying it's not grey belt. Officers has gone through that consideration and we determined that it is grey belt. So it does fall to be grey belt because it doesn't strongly contribute to those purposes that's set out. However, it doesn't fall to be appropriate development because it doesn't provide the 50% affordable housing on site, or for 50% affordable housing as required by the Golden Rule. So although we think it's grey belt, we think it's in a sustainable location and it's providing the infrastructure, it doesn't fall to be appropriate simply because of the affordable housing provision. So we're still in the same outcome in terms of its inappropriate development, and we're looking at very special circumstances. But I just wanted to be clear to you in terms of that particular grey belt point. In terms of viability, you're right, they're not providing any affordable housing, so Golden Rules would require 50%. We're at 0 here. The applicants have submitted a viability assessment, as you would have seen, with the application, and we've had that independently assessed. We are content that the development isn't viable, and I think I've set out some commentary on viability generally of these sort of applications within the committee report. So they're slightly different to market housing in terms of sort of extra care schemes do tend to be less viable than a residential scheme. So there wouldn't be any reason for us to sort of look at other land for them to demonstrate. Ultimately, they've demonstrated clearly to us that the site isn't viable for what they're developing with any affordable housing, and looking at the contributions they need to make within the legal agreement. So we're content that the scheme is unviable with any affordable housing, hence why we're although it falls foul of the Golden Rules on that point, it wouldn't be a reason to refuse the application in terms of the other merits. Was there a question there, sorry, that I failed to answer?
Thank you. You've answered that question, but it does raise another one. What happens in the course of building these houses? There comes an application to say, we're not going to use it for old people, we are going to use it for the public. Can we then introduce the requirement for social housing if a further application comes in?
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to pursue a different proposal, so a mix of market or affordable or any other use, then that would require another full planning application. And yes, at that stage, we would then consider the merits of that application. But it's obviously, I'm not in a position to say today how we would consider that. But a full application would be required if they wanted to not then have the extra care units and have it as market or affordable units.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else they wish to ask, or does someone wish to propose? Yes, Councillor Brisky. Sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor
Also, I was
Ramsey.
going to propose a motion, if I may.
Yes.
I was going to propose that we refuse planning permission, given that this constitutes inappropriate development in the green belt and the other harms identified by the case officer, which are currently on the screen. So harm to openness, harm to setting of the conservation area, and the impact on landscape.
Do I have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Rosehill.
Yes, I'd be happy to second.
Thank you very much. So we can vote. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Chairman. You have a proposition to refuse planning permission on the grounds that it's inappropriate development and there are no very special circumstances that would justify the grant of planning permission. Councillor Allen, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Councillor Amron, how do you vote?
Against refusal.
Councillor Brisky?
For.
Councillor Kaza?
For.
Judge Kaza, sorry. For.
Sorry, against.
Against. Prabhakaza?
For.
Councillor Lambert,
4.
Councillor Morris,
4.
Councillor Rosehill,
4.
Councillor Shenton, Councillor Smith,
Against.
Councillor Sussman,
For refusal.
Chair.
4.
That's carried. The permission is refused.
Thank you very much. Does everyone want a break? Yes, 5 minutes and then we'll come back. Thank you. Thank you very much. If we could take our seats. We move on to 5C, which is 25/1767/FUL 31 Tempest Avenue, Potters Bar. And I invite Holly to present the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is at 31 Tempest Avenue. The proposal is for the subdivision of the existing dwelling into 3 flats, which will include extensions which would facilitate the development. Just as a quick update, we have amended the proposal description to remove part retrospective. The changes to the fenestration on the rear elevation are considered to be non-material, and yeah, we've just removed that from the description. This is the location plan of the site. As you can see, Oakmere Park is located just at the top left, and the site is bounded by residential development on all sides. This is a site photo of the site from July 2025. This is what the site originally looked like. These are site photos from January 2026. The extensions were originally approved under a householder application and are under construction in this image. These are the site photos taken most recently this month, which shows that the extensions approved under the householder application have almost been fully built. And here's just an aerial view of the site, with the site marked in circled in red. This is the proposed site plan. As you can see, each flat would have their own individual garden, and the drop curb would also be widened to 5 meters. So the top line shows the front elevations. As you can see, the front elevation would be unchanged from what was originally approved under the householder application. In terms of the rear elevation are at the bottom. Similarly, the rear elevation would be unchanged in comparison to what has already been approved, with exception to the rear fenestration. So these doors here and these windows. Again, here is just a side elevation. The current and proposed elevations are identical, so there would be no increase in built form over and above what has already been approved under the householder application. This is a floor plan of flat 1 and 2. Each flat would have 3 bedrooms. This is a floor plan of flat 3. It would be a duplex flat, so it would be located across the first and loft floor. So just to go into a bit of history, it should also be set out in the report, the history of the site, but there has been a number of applications submitted. This includes multiple lawful development and householder consents, and the current proposal is similar to the most recent consent, subject to the minor changes to the fenestration and internal alterations. The most recent planning decision was for refusal, which was for the change of use of the dwelling into a 12-bed HMO. And for just transparency, the reasons for refusal were over-intensive use of the site, which resulted in harm to the character and appearance of the area. There's also substandard parking provision and unsafe access arrangements, and there was insufficient biodiversity net gain information submitted. So just in terms of amendments, officers requested a BNG metric and BNG report to be submitted because the proposal would affect more than 25 square metres of habitat. These documents were submitted in March of this year. HCC Ecology were reconsulted to review the updated information. We are yet to receive a response from them, but we are chasing. Just in terms of flat 1, we asked for some internal amendments to that flat because we originally raised concerns about 2 bedrooms in flat 1 that relied on single flank windows, potentially resulting in poor daylight and sunlight. Officers requested to improve internal amenity and amended drawings were received. So one of the central bedrooms was moved to the rear elevation, and the second central bedroom now has 2 side windows, improving daylight and sunlight levels. Car parking and access amendments were also received. One was requested for a swept path analysis to demonstrate vehicles could safely enter and exit the front driveway. This included the revised parking layout and a more centrally positioned crossover as well. HCC Highways were consulted on the revised drop curb position and raised no objection. So just moving on to the principle of development, officers consider that the development would fall under MPPF 11DII, which is the most applicable for this development. And officers note the concerns raised about HMOs. However, this is not a material consideration for this application. It's solely for the subdivision of the property into 3 flats. So yeah, the principle of development is considered acceptable, subject to detailed material considerations, which have been assessed in the remainder of the report and the rest of this presentation. In terms of character and appearance, so as I say again, the dwelling would be subdivided into 3 flats. The C3 use would be retained. Each flat would include all necessary facilities for independent living and has access to their own individual private garden space. There are no shared living spaces, so the proposal does not constitute as an HMO. While the comings and goings will increase, this is considered modest and remains consistent with the residential character of the area. The scale of the dwelling and plot means the subdivision does not amount to overdevelopment. Externally, the building will continue to read as a single residential property and not result in a block of flats. Parking, cycle and refuse storage has also been provided. In terms of the parking standards, so the SPD requires 6 spaces in total for the entire development, so it'd be 2 spaces per flat. The site can currently accommodate 5 off-street parking spaces with compliant dimensions supported by the swept path analysis, which I have more detail on in the following slides. Officers consider that the shortfall of 1 space is not considered harmful, given there is unrestricted parking on-street parking and the modest scale of the development. Cycle storage has also been provided. In terms of residential amenity, the extensions could cause no more harm than what has already been approved under the previous householder application. And in terms of internal and external standards, all flats would meet the nationally designed space standards. All gardens would significantly exceed 60 square metres. And as I said, the layout was amended to improve daylight to the bedrooms in flat 1. Just to touch on parking and the access again. So 5 spaces could be accommodated on the front driveway. There would be a shortfall of 1 space, but it is considered minor and is not a standalone reason for refusal. The site is also close to public transport, reducing the reliance on cars. And as I said, there is cycle storage provided in the rear gardens. I note there was a query at technical about how the spaces would be allocated. So spaces 1 and 2 would be allocated to flat 1, 3 and 4 would be allocated to flat 2, and parking space 5 would be allocated to flat 3. In terms of EV charging, 1 would be provided for flat 1 and 1 would be provided for flat 2. Here's just a swept path analysis to show how cars would park and leave. HCC Highways raised no objection to this arrangement or the wide and drop curb. There was also a query at technical on whether future residents would be able to wheel their bicycles down the side alley. So there is a width of 1.3 metres, which is sufficient. In terms of trees, there's no TPOs on site. Under previous applications, the overgrown shrubs were removed to facilitate the extensions, and replacement planting has been secured by a landscaping condition. In terms of front garden changes, some soft landscaping would be removed, but the boundary strip would be retained, and permeable driveway is also proposed. In terms of ecology and B&G, 10% B&G is required by law. B&G details were submitted. However, we are still awaiting for a response from ecology. If ecology come back and they say that the information they've submitted isn't sufficient to satisfy the condition, then officers would recommend refusal on that basis. Just in other considerations, so the site is in flood zone 1 and also has a low risk of surface water flooding, so it's not considered to result in any impact on future flood risk. In terms of waste management, provision has been made for each flat that meet the waste standards. And then just come into the overall planning balance. So the benefits is that 2 dwellings would be added on a brownfield site in a sustainable location, which is considered to give significant weight. In terms of harm, the amenity of the single bedroom in flat 1 and the shortfall of 1 parking space, which is given limited weight. To conclude, it's considered the benefits exceed significantly and demonstrably outweigh the harms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call now Kenneth Winchester? Hello, sir. Thank you. To speak against the application, you will have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you. Sorry, sir. Pardon me. You can. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Apologies. You may have 3 minutes, yes.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, we've lived peacefully in the adjacent bungalow for almost 50 years. As an octogenarian with a history of heart attack, being up close to this significant building work over the past 8 months has taken a toll on both myself and my wife. When viewed externally and internally, the property has already been constructed as a 12 or even a 15-bed HMO, and this spurious application for 3 flats should be thrown out. Our greatest fear is that the developer will imminently move in tenants before enforcement action can be taken to stop construction. The removal of the hedgerow and fruit trees, which had formed a high and secure natural boundary to our property, together with a new overhanging roof extension, now allows easy access to our bungalow from the side, front and rear. No longer will we feel safe to sleep with our bedroom window open at night. Converted houses and HMOs carry a known higher fire risk, yet the developer has installed flammable expanded polystyrene wall insulation close to where smokers are now likely to gather, and adjacent to our window and parked cars. Dumping of impermeable building spoil onto the raised rear garden has already caused flooding. Lives have already been endangered by falling roof tiles not properly protected with scaffolding toe boards. Police have been called out on 3 separate occasions this week because of criminal damage from builders. Construction vehicles impede safe exit from our driveway without the assistance of a bystander. Attempts to park our cars in the road have resulted in criminal damage and obstructive action, and deficient on-site parking space next door will now compel us to utilise 2 further on-street parking spaces. Our protests to non-English speaking builders about blocking road and pavement access have been met with rudeness such as barking and monkey noises. Due to the heavy use of Due to the use of heavy percussive machinery, our bungalow should have been first underpinned. Dunwoody Building Control are unwilling to share structural reports relative to the severely increased loading onto very old foundations. We live in constant fear that if we go out during the day, the builders will again force entry onto our property on the instructions of the developer Sunshine 20. It seems an inevitability that we will soon be compelled to move for our own safety, but another HMO developer will be the only people to buy our property. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. So I just want to make members aware, as you know, we received today an email from the developer who would have been here to give his 3-minute presentation. I want to draw your attention to the fact that he has been recommended that his staff would not be safe if they came here today to do that. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that at Hertsmere Borough Council, we do not tolerate any form of intimidation or abuse of anyone. It is perfectly fine to accept, to not want an application to happen, or to advocate for it, but it is not acceptable to threaten people. And as a result, I will read you his committee speech. I appreciate it. I don't know if it's going to be 3 minutes.
You will have 3 minutes.
I will have 3 minutes. You can cut me off afterwards. But anyway. Good evening. I would begin by noting that your officers have undertaken a detailed assessment of this proposal and have recommended approval. We respectfully agree with that recommendation. This scheme proposes the subdivision of an existing detached dwelling into 3 high-quality self-contained family flats. Importantly, the physical extension and alteration to the building have already been approved and are substantially constructed under the earlier household permission. What members are considering this evening is therefore principally the use of the building as a 3C3 dwelling. This is, in our view, a genuinely positive and policy-compliant form of development. Firstly, the proposal delivers much-needed housing in a sustainable location at a time when Hertsmere cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Officers confirm the tilted balance upon paragraph 11 of the NPPF is engaged and that the development would make a positive contribution to housing delivery. Secondly, the quality of accommodation being provided is exceptionally good. All 3 flats comfortably exceed the national described space standards. Flat 1 provides 86 square metres, Flat 2 91 square metres, and the duplex over 125. Importantly, every bedroom within the development exceeds the required national standard. These are not cramped units, they are large, spacious family homes with a generous internal layout. The flats also benefit from excellent natural light and outlook. The majority of habitable rooms are served by front and rear facing windows, and several rooms are dual aspect. In reality, the building provides double and triple aspect accommodation throughout, creating bright and attractive living environments for future occupiers. Officers specifically acknowledge that the units would receive good level of light and sunlight. In addition, each flat benefits from its own private garden, significantly exceeding the council's 60 square metre guidance. Officers confirm that all 3 gardens provide an appropriate and high standard of amenity space. The proposal also complies with local and national planning policy. Your officers expressly conclude that the development complies with the NPPF, the Hertsmere Core Strategy, the site allocations and development management policies plan, the Council's parking standard, SPD, the planning and design guide, and the Council's biodiversity policies. Finally, I respectfully remind members this application must be determined on the basis of what's actually proposed for you tonight, namely 3 self-contained C3 flats. Officers have addressed concerns regarding any future HMO use directly within the report and confirm any such use would require separate planning permission and separate assessment.
Time is up, Chair.
Thank you very much for allowing me to say that. I did miss quite a big chunk out at the end, but I wanted to get to the end paragraph. Thank you. I now call on Councillor Sullivan as Community Advocate to speak against the application, and you will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, I urge you to refuse this application. The application is presented as a simple conversion of a family home into 3 flats. But when you consider the planning history, the parking arrangement, and what is already visibly happening on site, serious doubts arise as to what is actually being proposed and whether it is acceptable in planning terms. Only a few months ago, this council refused permission at this same site for a 12-bedroom HMO due to over-intensive development, inadequate parking, impractical waste arrangements, and failure to demonstrate biodiversity net gain. The current application now proposes the same physical development but rebranded as 3 flats. Members are entitled to consider whether this represents a genuine change in planning outcome or simply just a change in description. Parking is a fundamental concern. The council's parking SBD requires 6 spaces for 3-bedroom units. This proposal does not meet that requirement. And the SBD looks at measurements for an average sized car. What if a tenant is a tradesman and has a van or people carrier? Is this still sufficient? The plans also show 2 EV charging points. In fact, your plans show 1 EV charger could be blocked by the big bin store. I would ask members to look again at the site layout and ask officers to confirm the key measurements, because this is not just about whether cars can be drawn onto a plan. The question is whether this site can function safely in reality. You are being asked to accommodate vehicles, multiple bins, side access routes, pedestrian movements, turn-in space, and emergency access, and that raises very practical questions. On waste, the scale of occupation would generate significant bin storage requirements, yet the plans do not demonstrate a workable arrangement for 12 bins minimum in a front garden. Standard fire safety guidance generally expects bin storage to be located a reasonable distance from buildings, typically around 2 to 3 metres for domestic waste, and a greater distance where larger communal stores or combustible external insulation are involved. Here, those relationships appear compressed, with no clear demonstration that safe separation or practical movement can be achieved. Members should also be concerned that parts of the development appear to have been built ahead of approval, including retaining structures and changes not reflected in earlier drawings, which were later amended. And that raises serious questions about the reliability of the submitted information. Biodiversity net gain also remains unresolved, and this is a statutory requirement. The submitted assessment shows a significant net loss compared to the site's previous condition, and residents have observed the loss of mature vegetation prior to assessment being carried out. 8.77 of your report states that if HCC Ecology replies to the consultation, the application could be refused on biodiversity net gain grounds. So in summary, this application should be refused because it represents an over-intensive development, potentially 17 tenants. That is actually more than the refused 12-bed HMO proposal. It fails to meet parking standards and lacks a workable allocation strategy. It fails to meet a clear and acceptable waste provision. Ask to look at the photo of the driveway with measurements and satisfy yourselves whether it is acceptable or not. The layout raises serious concerns about access, safety, and functionality. Biodiversity net gain has not been demonstrated, and there are concerns about the accuracy and timing of the work shown. The works are also today 99% complete on this site. Furthermore, responses from HCC Ecology and Waste Management have not been received, and I believe this makes this report incomplete for decision making, and that's evident in 8.74 and 8.79 of your reports. Members, you are not being asked to determine what is theoretically possible on paper. You are being asked whether this development will work safely, lawfully, and acceptably in reality. And for those reasons, I urge you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officers, do you have any questions before I ask members?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just in the interests of full disclosure and openness, I've just been advised by my colleagues that we have received 2 planning applications on the site, one for a 10-bed HMO and one for a 12-bed HMO, and that's currently under consideration. It's not in the report as we did not have those at the time of publication, but we have now received 2 further applications. What I would say on that point though is we are assessing, you are assessing what's before you in this planning application, what you see on the plans, and not what else the applicant may be wanting to do. But we are assessing what was before us and what's on the plans. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Sussman.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few points, about 4 different points to bring up. And thank you very much for A, the report, and B, for your transparency, because that sort of well, that just makes a lot of sense to hear that they're trying for 2 separate different things. Okay, because I printed off these floor plans and I've been sort of studying them. So I've got a mix of comments and points, so please, and questions, so please do bear with me. One of them is there's 2 EV points, which, okay, that's great, but it would have been interesting to know which of the properties wasn't going to have one, seeing as the parking is allegedly allocated. Okay, on the parking, it's interesting from what you said, and this now makes sense that there has been an application coming for HMOs, that the flat 3 only has 1 space. Is that correct? And that's interesting because that's actually the largest square footage of all the flats. So it's very strange that that one should only have 1. So it just sort of shows me there hasn't been a lot of forethought with this. Okay, street scene. If you look at like sort of a street view, I know that the bungalow, and I don't know which property this gentleman lives in. If it's the one to the left, it's got a beautiful little garden. To the right, and if it's the right, that's a very pretty, lovely house as well. And you've got the lovely tree, and it's all very nice. But the bungalow to the left actually is set quite far down. And I think this really, to me, looks like overdevelopment. Which is going to have a huge impact on the street scene. And with the bungalow to the left, and I'll happily show you my iPad, being substantially lower, I just think it's going to be very overbearing with what is planned, and I think it really does alter the street scene looking at the rest of the street. So that's another one of my points. Okay, the bins is another point. So I can see the bin store with 12 bins. There's a picture on one of the floor plans of 12 bins fitting in it, but it says here, it says that in the bin store, it says there'll be 3 wheelie bins for general waste, 3 for food and garden waste, which I assume is the green bins, which first of all, we can't mix food and green unless it's fallen from the garden. But it's not for food, so they will need to be separate food bins. So let's say that's green. So we've got the black, the green, and then the wheelie bin for recycling. So that's the brown one. They each then have a box for paper recycling. That's the blue box, I think. And then it says then there's additional space for future waste storage provision. So given that there's drawn out the 12 bins, which I'm not sure how the practicality will be of opening the bin store door, pulling the bins around the door with space with the cars parked there. I'm just being really practical. I can't see that that's going to work. Even if there were 3 bins in there, it's just not going to work because you can't physically do it. And how actually we've got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 bins. And I don't know where the blue box is, I'm really concerned about that, because not only is it an eyesore and not only is it impractical, but it's just crazy. My final point,
is the dropped curb. I just want to understand if that has been granted yet, the permission for the drop curb. And having read the report, it says that only one space technically will be lost on the street, which isn't right, because you're going to lose another space just by dropping the curve and making it wider. So that's lost a space that then the car's got to go somewhere else, but then this place is going to have another car, so really you've sort of lost more than one, because you're putting, and that is based obviously on this property, not having vans and not having more cars. Yeah, I sadly I don't have anything nice to say about this, so I'm gonna do what my parents taught me to and just shut up now. Thanks.
So just in terms of the EV chargers, so one EV charger would be allocated for flat 1 and then one would be allocated for flat 2. Flat 3 wouldn't have an EV charger. Just in terms of the parking arrangement in general, so like I say, flats 1 and 2 would both have 2 parking spaces each, and then flat 3 would just have the 1 parking space.
So I'll just pick up the other bits, Councillor Sussman. So instead of in terms of the street scene impact, I'm not quite sure I followed exactly what you said. If I misunderstood, please do tell me. But the extensions as have been built, they've already been approved. They're not changing those. So it'd be very difficult to refuse it on the character, etc., because it's already been approved, those extensions. So I hope I've answered that point. In terms of the bins and the refuse, condition 7. It requires that details of provision for refuse storage facilities will be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority, and that will be prior to the occupation of the development. So those details will be submitted, and I hope we get comments from the waste services on that by that stage. So it is being addressed by the condition. We note we need those details, and issues have been raised. So that's what condition 7 seeks to do. In terms of the drop curb, I think I'll refer to Alan on that, because I'm not quite sure about that.
I would have to go away and check whether or not we're granted consent. I wouldn't imagine so. They're looking to widen it to 5.4. We will only accept a 5.4 metre wide crossover to serve more than one dwelling. So the decision of our vehicle crossover team would be that they would need this consent before we would agree to widening the vehicle crossover. If this consent goes through, then an application made direct to the county council, implemented by our term contractors under section 184, would succeed.
Thank you. Councillor Brisky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is one of the classic examples of bad development that the planning system was meant to prevent. But unfortunately, because of the increasingly technocratic nature of the planning system and the fact that we are being stripped of our powers, we can't really refuse it. But my question is in relation to how this fits in with the alternative applications that have been submitted, because my understanding is that work's already underway. So are there separate proposals to either keep it as a single dwelling house but divide it into multiple bedrooms, or is this an additional option to convert this into the same construction works but turn into 3 flats? And look, from my perspective, I think that would just be threats by the developer to say that if they do not get planning permission tonight, then they're just going to go for a 10-story HMO instead. Either way, their intention is clear. They wish to overdevelop the site, and but unfortunately, I don't think we can do much about it.
Yeah. So yes, thank you, Councillor Brisky. Just on that point, I think some of my colleagues are just checking the exact descriptions of development, but I very much doubt they're going to convert it to a 3-bed flat, go through that expenditure, and then convert it all into a 10 or 12 person HMO. So I think, I imagine, we'll double check for you and get the answer, but I imagine it's to convert the house into the 10 or 12 bed HMO, whichever application it is. Thank you.
Councillor Allen?
So I get the impression that this case has caused much distress on many sides for people involved and upsetting incidents and things to worry about. Unfortunately, and this is where we as a planning committee can occasionally appear a little heartless, is that isn't necessarily, there aren't always material planning considerations for us to judge upon. But we've heard mention of street scene. Could we have a look again at the slides which depict the kind of the before and after, or at least as near to that as we have in terms of what's proposed and the neighbouring houses? I know they were there before, but as it's come up again, I wouldn't mind another look at it. In other words, how this scheme as built relates to the rest of the street.
So the extensions on the left have already been approved under the householder application. That's what's been built. I'll show you the site photos in a minute. The one on the right is what is proposed. The only difference is the fenestration on the rear. On the ground floor, sorry.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, but the comparison with the
I'm just checking, yeah, I'm just checking that my understanding was that from the street, you wouldn't be able to tell what they'd done inside. I might be wrong.
Sorry if I got confused.
No, no, it's
It's a
fine.
long night.
Indeed, from the road, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, so that's correct, Councillor Green. Yeah, so from the front, it looks exactly as approved. The only difference is if you look on the ground floor, there are more openings than there were on the approved scheme. But given that was a single family dwelling and it was approved as a householder, if you were to build a single story rear extension and you wanted windows here, here and here, but you changed it slightly as you built it, that would be non-material. So that's the point we were making earlier.
So there can be therefore no impact on street scene.
No, to answer your question. No.
Councillor A. Kaza?
Thank you, Chair. Just Holly, Matt, just digging into the latest revelation that we have regarding multiple applications on this site. So just for kind of clarity, I'm just asking these questions. So my understanding is, looking at the relevant planning history on our papers, there was a application for 12-bedroom HMO which was refused in February this year. There is a second application for, I believe, a loft conversion, which is under consideration. And then we have this application, if I'm right. And from what you said before we started questioning, there is one other concurrent application, I believe, if I'm right.
Two further applications. One
Two further
yes,
applications.
one for a 10-bed and one for a 12-bed HMO.
Right. So there was So going back to the thing, there was a 12-bedroom HMO which was refused in February, as per the planning history. So I'm just checking if they've reapplied for the 12-bedroom one, and then based on that question, my main question is, if we as a committee decide to refuse permission, what happens to the other concurrent application that's going on regarding this particular site? Would they come back to either officers' deliberation or committee deliberation?
So whatever the decision is tonight on this application, yeah, we will continue to consider those two other applications, and as per any application with the scheme of delegation, depending whether it's called in or whether it's done under the delegated authority, it will be decided. So it doesn't impact as such. And also, I'd just like to sort of clarify that whatever we're looking at today is not impacted by the two other applications that have been submitted. It's what's on, I sound like a broken record, I appreciate that, but it's what's on the plans before you. Is that acceptable or is not acceptable, irrespective of what it is the homeowner, the developer, ultimately is trying to do. Is the question is what's on the plans today before you acceptable or not?
So my point basically was that there is a chance that we'll see Tempest Avenue back in this committee. not too long in the distant future?
Possibly, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert, you wish to speak. Councillor Lambert?
I'm not quite sure I can really remember
Did you
what I
put-
wanted to
I think
say.
you might
But
have asked.
no,
I
I'm here.
appreciate it's a long evening.
It's quite similar to the ones that have already come along. If I get you correctly, externally there aren't significant changes, and you believe this to be policy compliant, other than one parking space is less than it should be, and that's not really a ground for refusal. I suppose my question is, how can we be sure that we won't get more applications to modify this? And I think you've just answered that we can't be sure. But this is quite a big house. I'm very torn. I think turning a bigger house into 3 flats is sort of okay, but I would hate it to be a stepping stone to turning it into 6 flats, or each of these flats having house of multiple occupation. So is there any way of ensuring that the application doesn't go beyond what we are in front of us tonight?
Thank you, Councillor Lambert, for your comments. No, is in short, there is no way. The applicant, the developer, can submit make as many changes as they wish in the future, submit those applications to us, and we'd have to assess those. We can't stop them from doing that. Again, I'll just on the back of another point you made, I understand your concerns. However, I would suggest that making a decision based on what someone might do in the future is not the correct thing to do. The decision should be made on what's on the plans before you. Is it acceptable in your view, or isn't it? The fact, yes, I know there are subsequent applications that have been submitted and they may wish to do something else, but what we're assessing is what is on those plans, and do you feel that is acceptable? Obviously, us as officers feel it's fine and acceptable, hence the report and the recommendation to you. But being concerned about what they might do in the future shouldn't really. We can't formulate a reason for refusal based on something they may do in the future or you think they might do. Thank you.
Thank you. That's not very helpful to help me make up my mind.
But we don't have a crystal ball. I think it'd be lovely if we did, wouldn't it? Councillor Morris?
Yes, this whole situation is quite challenging because we don't really know what we're actually trying to agree to here. There's a planning history, and there is thank you for advising us that there's new applications that are under consideration. My concern here is we don't really know. I appreciate we're looking at an application, we're trying to make a decision based on a clear, specific application. Unfortunately, we also know that there's new applications in the pipeline for the same site. And although I'm reluctant to suggest it, because I've already done it once tonight, is whether we ought to be saying, let us defer while we get a little more detail from the applicant to try and understand what their end game is, because as it currently stands, we could end up refusing an application unfairly, or we could end up approving an application unfairly, because we haven't really got an enormous amount of clarity here on what the actual intention is. And my worry is that what we end up doing is, having listened to officers, we end up making a refusal when maybe a different decision might have been more appropriate if we know precisely what is intended. So that I'm trying to stimulate that discussion at the moment. Thank you.
I take your point, and I will defer to those around me that know more than I do. I would say that we need to make a decision on what's in front of us right now. What somebody might do later is not really relevant. Now, yes, you can have lots of ideas of how you would develop this property. This is one of them. This is the one we're deciding now. We can't defer something for a reason that might come later. I don't know. That would be my suggestion. I don't see why deferring it would help, because if this is a fully compliant application, we should really be just considering this. But I will defer to those around me.
Sorry, my point was that listening to what has already been said, there is potentially a mood which might bring a refusal and which might not necessarily be the right decision. And my point of a deferral is to try and get further clarity based on what officers have told us that they've already got other applications in for the same site. So my worry is that we end up refusing something unfairly.
I will defer to the person next to me who knows more than I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Morris. I'm going to pretty much say what I said to Councillor Lambert a minute ago. We're assessing what's on the plans before us. Whatever their intentions are, that's not a consideration for us. It's not what we're assessing. We're assessing what they've submitted. And again, I would say, is a scheme for the conversion of the house to 3 flats acceptable, as you can see on the plans. And then when as and when we get to the 2 HMO applications, we can assess those. And it could be that we approve all 3, and then the developer has a choice of which one to implement. They may just be hedging their bets. It's not for me to speculate. So again, I'll just go back to the point I made to Councillor Lambert a moment ago. Please, look at this in terms of what is on the plans. Do you find it acceptable? Obviously, as I said, us officers have found it to be acceptable and have recommended it for approval. And whatever they may do at a later date, that's up to them. Obviously, we can assess those applications. If it's brought to committee, you can have your say. But again, is what you see on those plans. I don't see how a deferral will really help, because you'll still have an application for 3 flats. And you'll be asking the same question: is it acceptable or is it not acceptable? As you can see on the plans. So I don't really think it would help, to be perfectly honest.
No, but further and better particulars might have encouraged the applicant, for example, to withdraw this application and go forward with the other one that you're actually already working on.
I note that point, but it might, they may look at this and it may be that this gets approved and the other 2 don't. So they'll go, well, okay, well, I'm going to stop trying to flog a dead horse and fight it, and I'll build it out as 3 flats. So we just don't know what their intentions are, but it could be that this is the application they'll implement ultimately. If the other 2 are refused, we just don't know. So again, do you find what is before you acceptable? Are the 3 flats as laid out acceptable to you as per our recommendation, or do you find them not to be?
Councillor Allen.
It's always the small ones are more complicated, isn't it? For some reason, this application has defied my intellectual capacities. Can you just explain again what the fallback position is? So if we were to refuse this, what happens?
Well, in terms of what they can do, or you have a large family dwelling that looks pretty much exactly the same in terms of the impact on the character of the street scene. They can, of course, appeal it, and then be obviously down to the planning inspector to make a decision on it. If you refuse it, they may appeal, but we still have to assess the other 2 applications that we have that have been submitted for the 2 HMOs, and we'll take a view on those as and when the time comes.
And what reason would you give to refuse?
Well, I'm not saying I am.
No. I'm not saying you are either. I'm merely saying, as I've mentioned, if we refuse or defer something, we need to give a material planning reason.
Yeah.
Are you with me?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Councillor Carter and then Councillor Lambert, and then I think we do need to move on because we have a lot of other things to talk about tonight. So Councillor Carter, then Councillor Lambert, then I'll need somebody to propose something.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair. Just putting aside my previous questions to one side, is there any possibility or is there a way to limit it to 3 flats?
Excuse me, let the officer speak. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Carson. In what way? That's what the proposal's for. It is
No.
for 3 flats, and that's if that was approved, that's what they need to
Right.
build. So I'm not quite sure I follow the question.
Because there's a possibility that it might be a HMO, right? So, right.
There's 3 flats.
So I'm asking, right? Could we? Is there something in the statute or in the planning guidance, so on, that we can say that it should be no more than 3 flats? Could we impose a condition or something like that? I'm just asking if there's something, then.
Not to answer your question, no, there
No.
not It's if they were to change it to something else in the future, they would need permission and come to us. And so yeah, there isn't anything there.
Thank you. So Councillor Lambert's next, and then we need somebody to propose or second. Thank you. So a proposal.
Right.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. Go for it.
Is there any possibility that we can ensure that any future applications about how many flats and whether it becomes an HMO will come to committee?
No, I mean, again, every application that's submitted will be down to the same scheme and delegation, etc.
I'm sure the ward councillor will make sure that we find out what happens to this property.
But there is less of a guarantee that a ward councillor can request it to come to committee.
If they do something that's under permitted development, they don't have to ask, then no. But if they put in a planning application, you all have access to every planning application in Hertsmere, and you can always ask to see them. And I make a decision whether or not we have this conversation again. But we can't stipulate that a house can't be something in the future. Thank you. Can I have somebody propose? Councillor Allen?
I move that we grant permission. We vote on that.
Thank you. Can I have somebody to second? Councillor Smith? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have a proposal to grant with conditions as per the officer recommendations. Can I ask each of you in turn whether you vote for, against, or wish to abstain? Councillor Allen?
For.
Councillor Amron?
Against.
Councillor Brisky?
For.
Councillor Dichikaza?
Reluctantly for.
Councillor Prabhakaza?
For.
Councillor Lambert?
For.
Councillor Morris?
Sorry, for.
Thank you. Councillor Rosehill?
Against.
Councillor Shenton? Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Sussman?
Against.
Chair?
For.
That's granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we move on? Yes? We move on to 5D, which is 24/1363/FUL Village Hotel, Centennial Park. I invite William to present. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So there's no updates for this particular application. So without further ado, I'll move on to the application itself. So this is the Village Hotel, Elstree, in the middle of Centennial Park, Centennial Avenue, Elstree, Boreham Wood. And the application being proposed is for the construction of a 5-storey extension to the existing hotel in order to provide an additional 48 number bedrooms and undercroft car parking, resulting in an overall total of 171 number bedrooms at the hotel site. There's also minor alterations to the canopy on the ground floor of the building to internalise the external seating available in the ground floor bar and grill. The application has been brought to committee because it is a major application and the floor space exceeds 1,000 square metres. So this is just an aerial view of the application site. So we can see the outline of Centennial Park here. This is the application itself, site itself, the Village Hotel and the associated car park. The site itself is just off Elstree Hill. You've got the village of Elstree Village here. The site is bordered by trees, landscaping, green space. And towards the south of the site, you've got the A41 highway and the M1 motorways. So this is the site location plan. So this is the site outlined in red. The hotel is a part 3, part 5-storey building, which consists of a hotel complex offering currently 123 existing bedrooms. The hotel also offers conference facilities, a gym, swimming pool, pub, restaurant, and associated car parking. So they're all located towards the ground floor and the rear of the building. And also, existing car park has parking provision for up to 312 parking spaces. So these are some of the photographs of the site. So we can see the existing front facade of the building. It's obviously quite a large building. I think it was given permission about 2006, 2007, around about that time. So it's fairly new in itself. Another picture of the front of the building here. This is the side of the building. So this is the area in which the proposed extension would be located, just here. We've got the swimming pool, leisure facilities situated towards the back of the site. And we can see the site is surrounded by car parking, so we can see all the spaces in place. And there is obviously strict parking controls in place as part of the car park as well. So this is just a site plan showing the outline of the proposed development. We can see the footprint here outlined in orange. So this is where the extension would be. So as I mentioned before, 5-storey extension to the existing building to provide an additional 48 bedrooms. And this is some of the floor plans. We've got the ground floor plan here. So there would be a reorientation of parking towards the ground floor, the car park of the site. There would be a small plant room and external staircase here on the sort of central pillar section. And then obviously then you move up to the next floors, the first floor. So effectively it would be a repetition of the existing bedroom layout at the moment. So you've got the link extension here with the corridor leading to the bedrooms here within the extension. So this is the first floor and third floor, so on. So it's effectively the same pattern of development as you go up the building. And this is just some elevations of the proposal. So you can see the outline of the front of the building here. This is the actual extension itself. Got the undercroft car parking here and the side of the building here. So, and this is just a picture of the back of the building as well, just to give an indication of what it looked like from the rear of the site. So, and I thought this image was quite useful. This is actually a recent extension that has been approved and recently constructed up in, I think it's Manchester. So it's just to give an idea of what the extension under this application would potentially look like should it be approved tonight. And effectively, this design is almost a carbon copy of this kind of design up north. So So just to mention in terms of the planning constraints, so the site is allocated as a key employment site. So whilst the site is washed over by the Greenbelt, there are certain sites within Hertsmere that are allocated as key employment sites. This is one of them. And effectively policy SADAM 6 of the SADAM plan does actually set out various key set up various key employment sites within the borough. So, and obviously, as I say, this is one of them. So, I've actually got a plan in just a second, which I'll show you the extent of the area. And just to make mention that policy SADAM 6 does allow for the infilling, additions and redevelopment within key employment sites, provided they comply with Greenbelt policy SADAM 26, which I'll come into a little bit later. And this is just an outline of the site itself. So as I say, the site is washed over by the Greenbelt, but because you've got this kind of area set aside for certain parts within the borough, we can see that the site is located right within the middle of the key employment area as such. So just to mention on the Greenbelt issues, so the extension is actually quite a modest extension to the existing hotel. There will be an increase of 24.3% of floor space, and in terms of volume, we're looking at a 15.8% increase. So both increases are considered to be acceptable, and they would not result in a disproportionate addition over and above the size of the original hotel building. The extension has been designed to reflect the building line and orientation of the existing hotel, and has been designed to blend into the existing development on the business park. Many of the buildings within Centennial Park are quite modern, commercial, light industrial, of modern design. So this wouldn't detract from, the kind of general character and appearance of the street scene. So the proposal wouldn't result in any loss of any open space or greenfield lands. And it's, as I say, located within the heart of the business park, and in and amongst existing built form. The impact on the green belt is going to be limited, particularly as views into the site are restricted as well. If because the site is so heavily constrained by existing built form and the hard surfacing and so forth, it's not going to really impact on any sort of wider kind of green belt kind of visual views and so forth. So just to touch on the parking issues. So I've got a few slides here to demonstrate what's exactly going to happen. If you were to look at the hotel conference facilities, bar, pub, etc., that exists within the site as it stands, if you were to accord that with the parking standards, the 2014 parking standards, the required number of parking spaces for the existing hotel would equate to 213 parking spaces. And as mentioned at the start, the site has an existing car park with provision of up to 312 parking spaces. And that's demonstrated by this slide, which shows the various parking spaces as per the different elements of the hotel. So we can look, for example, 123 bedroom hotel, you're looking at 123 parking spaces. If you were to equate one space per 5 metre square public floor space for conference or exhibition facilities, you're looking at 50 parking spaces, and then 2 spaces per 3 full-time employee staff, you're looking at 40 spaces. So as I say, that came up with that magic figure of 213 that I mentioned at the start. So in terms of the proposal, the extension is a 48 bedroom hotel extension and therefore require 48 parking spaces. In order to facilitate the proposed extension, 38 spaces within the existing car park would need to be removed. So that's 30 all-purpose spaces and 8 disabled parking spaces in order to accommodate the new extension. But as part of the proposal, there will be a reconfiguration of the existing parking space underneath the extension. And therefore, you'd actually have a replacement of 28 car parking spaces. So that's 17 all-purpose spaces and 11 disabled spaces. So whilst there would be a net loss of 10 car parking spaces on site, you'd still have an overall provision on site of 302. So that's the 312 minus the 10. So the 302 spaces. So really just to conclude on that point, so if you were to take into account the existing hotel operations, 213 spaces, and the number of bedrooms proposed, 48, if you add those two together, you get 261 parking spaces. And the key point just to bear in mind is that those can easily be accommodated within the 302 car parking spaces that would result as a result of the proposal. Highways issues, the Highway Authority has looked at the application. Just to conclude, the projected increase of vehicle trips associated with the scheme would not have a material impact on the safety and operation of the highway network. And just to make mention that the County Authority have assessed the evidence provided within the transport statement, which has been submitted on parking and trip generation, and have confirmed that they do not dispute its findings. And that's been separately validated with regard to the trick survey evidence, and as such, they raise no objection to the proposal. Just some other key issues to bear in mind. The proposal would help to meet the Council's objective in supporting development proposals in appropriate locations. That's set out within policy CS8 and CS10 of the core strategy. So in order to help attract commercial investment and maintain economic competitiveness within the borough, effectively the proposal would help to provide additional bedroom space for the hotel, which in turn would encourage people to visit the sites, and they might use facilities within the local area, within the park itself, within the hotel building. So there is a small economic benefit to the proposal. In terms of size, scale and design, the proposal has been carried out in full consultation with our urban design officer, who's happy with the proposal. We've actually made some design improvements to the scheme, and given the large separation distances towards neighbouring properties, I think you're looking at 70-80 metres away from some of the neighbouring properties. There's no impact on neighbouring amenity. And the proposal itself is acceptable in all other regards in terms of trees, ecology, flooding, refuge provision, B&G provision, and its promotion of sustainability features. So to conclude, the recommendation therefore for this proposal is to grant planning permission subject to the conditions set out within the committee report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I please call Ms. Shanshan Lee to speak for the application? Thank you very much, ma'am. If you press your button. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Shanshan Li, Chartered Town Planner at Pegasus Group, planning agent for Village Hotels. The proposal before you will deliver a high-quality extension to the hotel, comprising 48 bedrooms with undercroft parking, as well as glazing to the edge of the existing outdoor seating area of the pub and grill restaurant, so that it can be used in all weather conditions. We welcome and appreciate your planning officer's recommendation for approval and hope you also support this recommendation. The extension to the hotel is required to respond to the demand for additional bed spaces, as it is currently operating at capacity. There is currently insufficient space for those using the conference facility in the daytime to stay overnight and those visiting the business park. The development presented today responds to Village Hotel's business demand in the region. It will support the function and operation of the hotel, attract further growth and investment to the local and visitor economy. It will also generate a community infrastructure levy contribution of approximately £330,000 to the council. Following the development, the hotel will accommodate 171 bedrooms and 302 parking spaces, which is more than the council's parking standard requires. The site is located in Sentinel Park Business Park, which is an existing and established employment center. The proposal represents an appropriate addition to an established business in this location. The extension is of an appropriate scale and a design within the Greenbelt, and it will attract commercial investment and support economic competitiveness. This is supported by policy within the local plan. Your officers and consultees have confirmed that the principle of development is acceptable and that all detailed technical matters, including design, flood risk and drainage, highways, Parking, ecology, trees, and biodiversity have been fully addressed and can be secured through the proposed conditions. Since 2022, village hotels have successfully obtained planning permission for extensions ranging from 48 to 66 bedrooms across its national portfolio and have progressed well in delivering them. The village hotel property in Elstree is identified as the top priority, and the village hotels are keen to see this scheme come forward. We hope members can support your officer's recommendation, recognizing the business need and the demand the hotel is experiencing, particularly as there are no issues with planning policy or technical matters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have anything they wish to ask? Oh my days, lots of people. Councillor Lambert, and then Councillor Shenton.
This is not quite in my ward. It's in Elstree, but Aldenham West is quite nearby, and I know the industrial estate quite well, Centennial Park, and I know the hotel is well used. I think it's a really healthy sign that they're prepared to invest in order to increase the size of the hotel. It's good to see successful businesses. I think I quite like the design. I don't see any downside to it, and so when the time comes, I will give it my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Councillor Shenton? Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor
I was
Key,
going to say what Councillor Rosa was just urging me to say. I think this is, to put it in the vernacular, a no-brainer. You can't see it from the A41 or from Elstree Hill South. If the owners think that it's economically viable, all good for them, it's nothing to do with us. I think we should just get on with it, as it's nearly 10 o'clock, and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Carza wished to speak, and then we can have someone propose and second. Do you, briefly, sir, that would be nice. Thank you.
Sorry. This is an increase of 39% in bedrooms. From 123 plus we're going to 48. Not a small number. While there has been growth in employment in the area, nobody seems to have seen the document about the capacity occupancy rate of this particular hotel, because it merely says, if you go to page 192, where is this now? Yeah. The existing hotel is stated to be operating at capacity, stated to be, and the applicant has explained that there have been many occasions when those working in the areas are not able to reserve a space within the hotel. In Boreham Wood, where we are, it's normally 80 to 85%. There is no hotel which has run into 100% even after Sky has come. And since we're increasing by 39%, I think at least in future, we should have some documentation for these figures. Thank you.
I would say, sir, that if they wish to extend their hotel, they obviously believe that people will stay in it. We'll have Councillor Morris, then Councillor Allen, and then we need to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I suspect most of us know this site rather well. I've known it since it was a bus station many years ago. I can't quite understand how officers have described this as Greenbelt, because it's been built over for more years than I can remember, and I'm quite old. But if an organisation of this nature wants to invest in our borough, I would most definitely encourage it. So whether I'm going to propose it or second it, I'm quite happy to accept the recommendation of officers.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, did you want?
David mentioned at PTM that this was, of course, the Aldenham Bus Works. But if Councillor Bright were here, he might also mention that on this site was filmed the opening scene of Summer Holiday. It's the bit where they do up the bus. And I'd like to say that for us, there'll be no more working for a week or two, but we have other stuff to do tonight. And for that reason, I move that we accept the recommendation.
Thank you very much. And I will allow Councillor Lambert to second, given that he was going to propose it. Thank
I
you.
second.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Chair, there's a recommendation to grant permission in accordance with the officer recommendations. I'm going to ask you how you vote. Councillor Allen,
For.
Councillor Amron,
For.
Councillor Brisky,
For.
Councillor Adjutakaza,
For.
Councillor Prabhakasa,
For.
Councillor Lambert,
For.
Councillor Morris,
For.
Councillor Rosehill,
For.
Councillor Shenton, Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Sussman,
For.
and Chair.
For.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 6 are planning appeals. Can everyone confirm they've received a list of planning appeals? Lovely. Item 7 is any other business.
After item 6, we need to take
So members, can we confirm now that we can go into closed session because we have a topic to discuss that is not open to the public? Thank you.